a quick summary of what this nonsense is and why I keep comparing it to Izzet Alrund's Epiphany Control rather than mono blue Haughty Djinn decks. And the reason for that is basically that the more I have played this deck, the more I have realized, like, you don't really want to play Haughty Djinn before, like, turn 6, something like that. Because this deck's mostly all about just playing control until you get to a turn where you just play Haughty Djinn and deal 20 damage, or 30 damage, or 40 damage, or 50 damage, or something like that to your opponent all in one turn while they're tapped out. Which is surprisingly easy to do. I'm not entirely sure if Vadrik actually fits in this deck, but I'm certain that we're going to see some interactions with Mishra's command that are kind of busted. Basically, Mishra's command allowing you to give Vadrik plus X power, and then making every spell cost, like, no mana, is wild. It also gets very, very silly if you have multiple Mishra's commands, which you do if you have Lier. Like, 2 Mishra's commands and a Lier in play, plus Vadrik, is like 20 power haste off of like 6 mana. And that's assuming you're paying 3 mana for the Vadrik. It's kind of wild. But yeah, generally the deck is just a huge pile of interaction, and then you're going to do lethal with Haughty Djinn or a giant Vadrik eventually by either giving them haste with Mishra's command or with Alchemist's Gambit, using Twinferno to copy some of those effects or give Haughty Djinn double strike, and then do Thirst for Discovery, big score, big mana things with Twinferno and Galvanic to just have way more cards than your opponent. So far, my biggest question has been, like, what the right balance between interaction and card advantage should be. And I don't really know yet, but we will find out. We shall find out. Alright, well, 1-drop, 2-drop. I have 1 Consider in the deck, and the reason for that is that I hate cantrips, but want like 1 more card draw spell, but not another expensive card draw spell. So I had like no clue what to do. I don't think I need the second big score here. Ooh. I think I want to discard the Vadrik because I already have a Haughty Djinn. And I don't really want to... Well, I'm very happy I discarded the Vadrik. I don't really want to play out creatures aggressively against black decks that just tend to have extremely functional removal. Although that said, now I kind of have to, because I'm missing my 4th land for big score. Maybe I should have... No, Haughty Djinn... Oh no, Haughty Djinn doesn't die to cut down here, which might have been a reason to play the Haughty Djinn rather than the Vadrik. Is Urza going to be viable? So I tried building a lot of Urza decks, and the trouble I ran into was mostly that, like, Urza's fine. Oh wow, they didn't have anything, so we kind of just win. That's cool. I dig that. Now what's the best way to do this? I mean, I'd sort of like to trigger Vadrik again, but that's not really necessary. Big Score is the only thing in our deck that gets a benefit from having Vadrik be 1 larger, which actually, come to think of it, does kind of matter because we've got a Lier. We're going to have 2 treasures. So making Big Score cost 1 mana instead of 2 is actually a pretty big deal. I want to keep the Syncopate to protect my Vadrik. I think I'm actually going to discard this Haughty Djinn and just go for card advantage, Alright, so let's go with 2 and 2. And I'm going to discard this mountain. Don't like that this costs me a treasure, but I think that that's worth doing. Yeah, Thirst for Discovery. That's what we want to do. We already made our land drop, so we are good. Yeah, assuming this is the Legends build, although I'm not sure if this is Esper because they're actually playing Evolved Sleeper, but Plaza of Heroes decks do tend to run slightly less removal. Okay, so we win. Let's Thirst for Discovery first. Let's see here. I do need one more land. Am I guaranteed to win with one more land? I get 2 big scores and 2 Mishra's commands. How does the math on that even work out? So I'm going to give plus 3 plus 6, 12. So I don't quite have lethal. I think I'm just discarding these 2 and keeping the land. Good evening, Go Calper. Oh, would have drawn the land anyway. What a shame. Alright, so there's a Lier. Now we big score. Is it not popping up the deck? Did I turn something off? That should work. Why is it not? We're going to have to double check why that isn't working. Hey, Haughty Djinn. Oh, we're 1 mana short of Haughty Djinn. Well, that's a shame, isn't it? Alright, so let's see. We can give plus 3 for 1 mana. And we can loot all 3 of these away. Nothing off of that. Let's give plus 6. See if we draw lethal off of that. We don't. Oh, what a shame. Wow, we had a lot of cards that was lethal there. Or at least pretty close to it. Even another big score would have been pretty strong. But, alas, guess we'll just put the opponent to 6. The overlay is missing 2. Interesting. Yeah, sure, that resolves. Can't counter it because of a Lier, but we can Thirst for Discovery. That's something. Oh, okay, well. Alchemist's Gambit isn't quite lethal, because the opponent gains some life here. We're 1 mana off casting it fairly. I can't Galvanic the extra turn thing. I can't Galvanic the 3 mana extra turn because we die after the first one, rather. Let's go ahead and Thirst for Discovery, because if we hit a double strike, wow, then I could just kill my opponent by Alchemist's Gambiting here. But we didn't, so we won't. Sad. Oh well, we'll just have to keep playing a control deck then. Let's see. Is the Twitch extension thing working now? Maybe. Where are we at? Opponent's attackers? Okay. Let's go ahead and thirst for discovery. Ooh, more lands. Delightful. Whoa, that's not what I want to do. Come over here. Stormcarved Coast. Attack with Lier. So we could play Haughty Djinn, Alchemist's Gambit to push for lethal, which loses the game if they have removal. I don't think we want to do that, considering we're mostly going to win here already anyway. So let's just take another turn normally. We still have the ability to draw into a haste spell, or into another extra turn spell, or into a double strike spell, all of which would be lethal. Okay, they're willing to concede. I gotta say, that was a disappointing start. I mean, we did win convincingly, because they didn't have a removal spell, but also, we are so much better than that at actually killing the opponent, I promise. Oh, cool, the bot's working now too. Delightful. Okay, so we were playing against black-white something, maybe Esper, probably not, possibly. What event am I prepping for? Right now, nothing. I assume there's probably an event that I should be prepping for, but I don't know what it is. The next Pro Tour is Pioneer, and I do not want to play more Pioneers, so I am ignoring it. And that leaves me not knowing what I'm supposed to do. So we're on the draw. Is there anything I want here? Hypothetically, we are kind of annoyed by graveyard hate, so I'm sort of messing around with the idea that I'm supposed to bring in Abrade in the blind every time. Half on the logic that it's never really, like, dead. I've also been cutting Consider every single time for something that's either more specialized against aggro or more specialized against control. And I'm not really sure what the opponent was doing here. Yeah, the blonde hair, it's still hanging in there. It's becoming a little more two-tone now, though, huh? Okay. Always Consider, always bring in Galvanic, because I've got nothing better to do. Do I want to? I probably don't want March very much against a deck that doesn't play a lot of removal. I'm probably allowed to just play Syncopate over that. Yeah, I'll go with that. I'm still making up the sideboard plan. And Kitty wants out. Alright, what do we got? 2-mana spell and a 3-mana spell? Sounds like a keep. Do we have any painless blue mana? No. I'm sure that's fine. So, I don't really love seeing Alchemist's Gambit early on. Probably going to get rid of it with Mishra's command. Oh. Well, if they end up pumping the Evolved Sleeper, then I guess I don't end up doing that at all. Okay, not a lot of blue mana. That could definitely be awkward. This turns into a 3/3? Sure. I don't think they're likely to have protection for it from Abrade. So let's give them the option to pump it, because I would love to make them lose some mana here. With all your discounts, is Impulse better than Consider? So I had Impulse. The problem I ran into was that I kind of found myself in a lot of situations where I had Impulse in my opening hand, and had a counterspell to play on turn 2, which made the Impulse not playable. But if the Impulse had been Consider, then I would have been able to consider to try to find a missing land or a missing 2-drop, which has led to me not wanting Impulse, but as a one-of, it might be better. I don't know. So presumably the opponent's going to play Wandering Emperor here. Can this hit Planeswalkers? Oh, wow. This is a mode where it can hit a creature and a Planeswalker? Meaning I could just Mishra's command to kill Wandering Emperor? Wow, this card keeps getting better every single time I read it. Oh. Okay. Opponent, you want to play a card draw war? That's fine by me, I got big score. So what does this card do? An opponent chooses one of those piles. You put the pile into your hand and the other into the graveyard. Okay, you can have lands and Welcoming Vampire. That's cool. Didn't give them 2 Planeswalkers and a land? Okay, I'm fine with that. My blue mana situation is still... Okay, there we go. That's a little better. I am liking the way this looks, especially with the opponent having no ability to produce blue mana to interact with my big score whatsoever. I should have sorcery speeded this big score, actually. There's still the possibility they could be playing Esper with counterspells, despite us not having seen any of that. And... I didn't need to open myself up to that possibility. Let's see... Mishra's command, discard 3, deal 3. What are we discarding here? Flame-Blessed Bolt, Shivan Reef, and probably Alchemist's Gambit? Probably. We're not necessarily super good at protecting Lier from removal. Not to say that that's a reason to discard Lier, but it is potentially a reason to not discard the Alchemist's Gambit. I could just choose to only discard 2, I suppose. Nah, I'm greedy. Let's discard Mountain. We'll find lands. Yeah. Alright. Holding up Negate. How close are we lethal? If the opponent doesn't have any interaction, we're pretty close. We're like 1 Mishra's command away. Huh. I think with 2 counter spells, I'm going to assume the opponent won't have 2 removal spells, so I just play out Haughty Djinn and then win the game if we untap. Does that sound right? I guess... let's see, how much damage is Haughty Djinn next turn? With Twinferno. It's 12 damage... So if my opponent does nothing, Haughty Djinn into Alchemist's Gambit does not produce lethal on its own, which might be a risk. Should I just play Lier? I should probably just play Lier. If they have a removal spell for Lier, then they kill the Lier and whatever. But I also get to Abrade the Opportunist in response or something. Yeah, okay, they did have a removal spell. So not great. Makes our Haughty Djinn slightly smaller. Sungold Sentinel. Oh, that's the one that gets to exile a bunch of my cards from my graveyard. That's actually kind of annoying. Okay. Well, Thirst for Discovery is fun, at least. What I'd like is for my opponent to actually tap out. We're not quite at the point where we can kill him, but we're almost there. Getting a little further away with each turn because of the Sun Gold Sentinel, to be fair. But yeah, they don't look like a Legends deck, which means I would not be surprised if they actually do have a pretty fair whack of removal. Which means I have to play this pretty carefully with the Alchemist's Gambit. But for the time being, they're not pressuring us very much, so we are safe to just be dirtily. Let's see. So Thirst is going to go to the graveyard, make Haughty Djinn 6 power, then 7 power from the Syncopate, which means if they only have one removal spell, if I discard... I mean, I can probably discard this Vadrik. Well, let's go for lethal. See if they only have one removal spell. I don't actually have to cast the Alchemist's Gambit until after combat anyway. So... what do we think? Just one? I only really want to discard the island. Alright. What do you got for me, opponent? Oh, an uncounterable removal spell. That's actually very, very annoying. Alright. So the game continues. I mean, despite that, I'm still very far ahead because I just have drawn so many cards. How many Haughty Djinns have I discarded or gotten rid of? One? Alright, that's plenty fine. Could Alchemist's Gambit here, but at this point we have enough mana that I think I'm just supposed to hold on to that in case we draw Galvanic. That is true, they would have won if they had held it for next turn. Do I want to lose any of these cards? I am unsure at the moment. I don't think that I want this Make Disappear with the amount of mana my opponent has. Ouch. Alright, well, I guess we'll negate the duress. Because I'd rather keep Alchemist's Gambit than negate at the moment. So now we need to top deck something. We flooded out a tiny bit. I'm going to feel very sad if my opponent casts Farewell here after I just discarded the Make Disappear. I feel sad. Alright, well, there's more lands. That's unfortunately not super helpful. To be fair, when I discarded the Make Disappear, I didn't realize that the next 5 cards were going to be lands. Okay, well, Syncopate buys us one more turn to draw a copy spell before I have to Alchemist's Gambit. Okay, 6, 7, 8. We've gotten some useful information out of this game, though, in the form... Jeez. In the form of knowing that the opponent's actually playing a control deck and not an aggro deck, which makes our life way easier. Wow. Alright. Not a lot of lands left in the deck. Okay. So that means that I want another Negate and a Galvanic, and I do not want these two Flame Blessed Bolts. Why are they playing? I don't know. Maybe they sideboarded out all of their creatures. Let's see. Kind of want to bring in maybe the other Abrade, maybe the other Negate. Nah, whatever. It's been fine. Howdy, Zion. It has been a while. It has been. I have been practicing a lot of Pioneer for the regional championship. And it was not an experience that was particularly fun. So I did not want to stream it because I did not think that I would be particularly upbeat and positive while doing so. But at least for now, that's over. Alright, this is fine. It's so nice that these black decks don't get to play Go Blank against my big score decks anymore. Which is like the hard counter. Now I can just sit here knowing that all of their hand hate spells are just 1-for-1s that I don't care about. I'm curious if Untapped stores decks that I end up deleting, because most of my experience playing Magic over the last week while attempting to find a standard deck that actually worked, no, my big score, was building a deck, playing it 2 times in best of 1 and going, oh god, no. Do you think this deck is competitive in the meta high tier? Yeah, I think there's actually a very good chance that this is a legitimate competitive deck. Not necessarily this precise 75, although I think this precise 75 is already surprisingly good, but I think that this archetype has a very huge amount of potential. Do I even care about that? I don't think that I care about that. I think I just want a thirst for discovery. No. I gotta keep the land. Alright, we'll get rid of Make Disappear and Syncopate. I'm pretty sure that I'm safe with my Haughty Djinn here. Hearse. Oh, that would actually be annoying. So we'll go with no. Could have negated it because they knew about Negate, but I think Negate's generally better at protecting my Haughty Djinns. Let's big score now for additional damage, and also because we might top deck lethal. Alchemist's Gambit, are you lethal? 8 plus 2 plus 8. I'm 2 damage short. Oh, but I could Thirst for Discovery and then hit a land. Right? Decline, discard Galvanic, discard Vadrik. Alright, well, unless the opponent can kill this Haughty Djinn for 1 mana, I think we're good. Whee! No 4th land drop for the opponent. That's the sort of fun nonsense we're supposed to be about. The fact that Alchemist's Gambit gets to be like a 2-mana modal give it a creature haste or give a creature double strike is just so fun. Just so fun. Oh yeah, opponent wasn't interacting very much. Not by any means. But this deck is... I think like 80% of the games you win with this deck are just games where you decide to do more than 20 damage to your opponent for the very first time. Like, you'll do absolutely nothing, and then it'll be, okay, I'm going to put 3 creatures into play, give them all haste, swing for 30, take an extra turn, swing for 40. That kind of nonsense, after having put nothing on board all game. And something about that is just so satisfying to me. No, I don't think there was anything the opponent could have done there to stay alive with 1 mana in Standard. We'll keep. I'd be much happier about this hand on the play, because I don't necessarily have any way to answer their 2-drop, but eh. Is this deck a dream or a meme? This deck is much, much closer to competitive than it is to meme. It might be that there are a number of changes I need to make it more competitive, less meme, but I am pretty confident that this shell could, like, evolve to a place where I would be happy taking it to a Pro Tour. I'm doing well, Kamasato. Thank you. Alright, let's stop the opponent from having more creatures. It feels weird to want to play Shivan Reefs over basics, but Thirst for Discovery as a 4-of kind of necessitates that. We are taking a lot of damage from this first Blood Tithe Harvester. Wandering Emperor, sure. I'd like to draw Negate. Thank you, deck. Good work. Alright, so this is one of them positions where I actually get to play out the Haughty Djinn because I have appropriate protection for it. Is the opponent on an Anvil deck? I don't believe so because they have white mana. Oh, right. I forgot that's how that worked. I can't counter that. Alright. Well, a small bit of remembering how Standard works, twould seem. Although granted... So the correct decision was to not play the Haughty Djinn, but... Oh, maybe that's not even true. Was I actually... No, okay. Having Sokenzan meant I was supposed to Sokenzan to kill that 3-2. Is what the actual play was. But not taking that damage actually was kind of important. Luckily... Good card to draw that rewards my earlier mistake. That said, this is currently not a hand that is shaping up super great. How close are we to lethal here? Depends. If I draw Mishra's Command, can I win here? I get to discard a bunch of spells. Twinferno to give Haughty Djinn more power. We might be pretty close to winning if we draw Mishra's Command. Am I supposed to counter this? I'm probably not supposed to not counter it, right? Countering it means that an extra turn spell is much closer to lethal. So let's see. Currently we have 12 damage. $14 damage? Not quite, huh? Sokenzan giving us 2 blockers means we're not dead yet. But if I attack with the Haughty Djinn here, then they can Wandering Emperor it. So I can't just attack their face for the last points of damage. I could attack the Wandering Emperor, then double block. I don't love that they get 2 blood tokens with this card. Oh no, Phyrexian Dragon Engine's an uncounterable haste threat. Gross. But that should be fine. That just means we go to 1, right? So we're gonna need to top deck something. And I can't even discard this Syncopate because they didn't give me a target to Syncopate for 0 mana. Alright, come on, good top decks. Just top deck big score. I'm pretty sure that's lethal. Oh. It's still only 14 damage, right? Giving a creature double strike twice doesn't do anything? Man, there were so many ways to win there. Natty Mary, thanks for the resub. What are we playing against? Okay, so it is Anvil Splashing Wedding Announcement, which means I get to bring in all of the Brotherhood ends, which means I cut the Vadriks. Flameless Bolt's probably still fine. March I'm not super enthusiastic about. Consider I'm basically always willing to cut. Galvanic because I would always like more card advantage. Negate because protecting Haughty Djinn is cool. Trim a Mishra's Command if we're not playing the Vadriks, maybe? Maybe that's wrong. I'm probably not supposed to be cutting the Flame Blessed Bolts against Reflection and Blood Tithe Harvester and Dragon Engine. Egg. I only really want to bring in Egg against mono white, I think. Most other decks just play too much removal for me to feel great about it. Especially decks that could have access to cut down. What am I supposed to cut here? Well, maybe it is the Negate. Okay, we will take the play. We're going to have to draw into some card advantage, but I'm not going to throw away a hand that gets to use counter spells on turn 2 and turn 3. Okay. I probably should have played this island over this mountain, in that the second blue source matters to me more than the... Or rather, the third blue source matters more to me than the second red source. No, third blue matters more than third red. Second red and second blue are both kind of equally valuable. Because you want to be able to play the Djinn plus counter magic on turn 4. But we did not draw into Thirst for what? Meaning? Knowledge? Discovery. So, didn't have to stress about that. Alright, our opponent's doing stuff. I do not yet care. Djinn plus backup weirdly does not come up as often as you would think. I didn't remember to bring in the Abrades, did I? It's fine. We got 4 Brotherhood's Inns. The Abrades actually matter more against the decks where Brotherhood's Inn doesn't come in. I could counter Hearse. I mean, hypothetically, Hearse is a slightly annoying card, but also resolving big score just sounds like fun, so maybe I just ignore Hearse entirely. It's a viable plan, of sorts. But yeah, we're also very good at just, like, never actually playing a Djinn a lot of the time. Actually, let's keep the land and discard the Flame Blessed Bolt. Mostly because I want to play Sokenzan as my land, and I don't want to play Mountain in case I draw Thirst for Discovery. But we did not. So we will be doing more dirtling. This does make our Liers into not actual card advantage, which is a little iffy. What do we got? Rite of Oblivion. Wow, that's like a completely useless card against me. Did they just take Rite of Oblivion? What's the plan with that, opponent? Are you going to Oblivion one of my treasures? That's fine. I can Flame Blessed Bolt it. Wow, that is the plan. Okay. Oh, I guess this does result in the Rite of Oblivion chilling in their graveyard, technically. Which is, like, almost meaningful. Oh, that was bad. I shouldn't have done that. They could have created the hearse and attacked. Although I guess they're deciding to leave the hearse up instead. Do I actually try to pressure my opponent with 2/2s? No? It seems like that's got a very low likelihood of actually mattering. But I have a lot of lands in hand. Okay. Extra turn spell isn't useless. We'll need to draw more card advantage. As in, like, any. Yeah, the hearse is making the Djinn do less damage to an extent, depending on the exact way we combo off. I don't want my opponent having a 2/2 because that means I can do less damage. Don't want my opponent having things that become 2/2s eventually because that means less damage. Would like to draw Thirst. We don't. We draw Djinn, who currently does not do any damage. So, do I tax my opponent's mana by playing Djinn and making them kill it? Or do I just hold on to the Djinn? I think I hold on to the Djinn. I mean, even if the opponent doesn't care about the threat of Djinn doing damage, they would still remove it because of the threat of it reducing casting costs. But I think I hold on to it because it does threaten to be kind of meaningful if we draw the right card advantage spells. Why did we not play Epicure? Because we have Wandering Emperor? It's kind of surprising. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, because Wandering Emperor. Okay. Well, let's do that then, I guess. I'm going to play the Djinn. Make disappear the Wandering Emperor. Oh, that instead, huh? Oh, that is moderately annoying. I really want to draw Thirst. The reason that I'm boarding into more of the duplicate spells is so that I can copy Big Score and Thirst. But I have to draw either the duplicates or the Big Scores and Thirst for Knowledges for that to work. Although, to be fair, I guess Big Score isn't really card advantage. 1, 4. Can't make disappear the Rite of Oblivion. Do I even bother doing anything? I think I still don't do anything. If you cleave Alchemist's Gambit and copy it, you get multiple copies of the cleaved version. But if you copy the non-cleaved version, both of the copies make you lose the game. So you only get to take one of the 2 turns before you lose the game. Okay. There we go. All right. That's real Magic cards. That is also real Magic cards. We're working towards something that means something. I don't know if extra turns is going to be super effective against Rafine decks, specifically because Rafine decks are very good at holding up counter magic, which makes Big Score kind of weak. Ooh. Opponent's tapping out of unlicensed Hearse. Interesting, interesting. Does that mean we have a chance to kill them? Oh, right. I forgot I had that treasure from Big Score still. Archangel of Wrath, huh? That being a flying blocker that doesn't die to Brotherhood's End is pretty annoying. I kind of want this land. I kind of want all of this stuff, though. I can play Haughty Djinn in to take an extra turn if I don't discard the island. Trouble is I don't know if my extra turn... Maybe I just don't play the Haughty Djinn. Just discard it. Brotherhood's in to get rid of Hearse, so that my Lier is stronger? Possibly? Yeah, maybe that's... No, because then the Lier just dies to Rite of Oblivion, so Lier isn't very powerful there. Maybe we just get rid of the Lier. Citizen's Crowbar. Wow, okay. Yeah, I think it's time for Haughty Djinn stuff. We're living off the top deck, but why not? Alright. A lot of Brotherhood's Inns are interesting. Well, isn't that fascinating? Alright. How close to lethal is this if the opponent doesn't block? Is it, like, actually just lethal if the opponent doesn't block? No, we're one short. Oh, okay, so I messed up. I had lethal here. I was supposed to cast this first Brotherhood's End before damage, and then the Alchemist's Gambit on the post-combat. And I was supposed to Brotherhood's End to blow up the Unlicensed Hearse so they couldn't block with Archangel of Wrath. We're 1 damage short because Alchemist's Gambit exiles itself. Oh, but I can just choose to not cleave Alchemist's Gambit. So it's still, like, fine. Just see if we draw into lethal. Where does that get us? I mean, I could put my opponent to 1, but then they Rite of Oblivion me, and that's not very helpful. I can Lier. I don't have any way to remove the Archangel of Wrath if I Lier. I mean, I guess I could play Lier, Otawara the Angel, swing, put the opponent to 3. I think I'm supposed to swing with Haughty Djinn and see what they do. Okay. So they block, which is fine. Means that I can't Brotherhood in to remove the board, but that's mostly fine. Means that I can play Lier now. And Brotherhood's End to get rid of Unlicensed Hearse from the graveyard? I can't sweep even if I can't attack even if I sweep first because they still have a 3/4 angel that can kill my Haughty Djinn. Doing this and deciding not to sweep if they block was the only way that I could keep my Djinn alive. This would have all gone much, much better if I had just noticed that I had potential lethal earlier and gone for the Brotherhood's End to wipe the Hearse last turn. Doesn't this get Lier removed instead of Djinn? Sure. I mean, this gets one of the two removed, but then I have a Thirst for Discovery played and also one creature. And that's still pretty good. There's a good magic card. Alright. Well, now we just need them to not have a removal spell for their last card in hand. Oh, wait, do I not have enough red sources for lethal? I don't. Never mind. We can just top deck real good. That works too. Alright, choose target player, target creature, +3. Draw 3 new cards. Doink, doink, doink. Oh yeah. Here's some stuff. How are we doing this? Wandering Emperor is still a problem no matter how I play this, unfortunately. So let's do this first, because I don't want to have to Twinferno for it to be lethal. No, they would have sorcery speeded Wandering Emperor if they had Wandering Emperor. Okay, that works. I probably shouldn't have cut the Mishra's command just because I cut the Vadrik. I forgot that this card's like so frequently the best possible thing you can draw. Also, do we want a Braid? I mean, we do still have the Brotherhood's Inns, but they are also a... whatchamacallit, Anvil deck, which is a reason to play a Braid. I can probably just do that instead of Flame Blessed Bolts. Although, having Flame Blessed against the Dragon is actually sort of meaningful. Yeah. Oh, but I still need to cut a card for this Mishra's command, huh? And I'm on the draw, which makes not having Flame Blessed Bolts even worse. What if we just don't play the Abrades? What if I just have absolutely zero respect for Hearse? I'm not super big into Egg in this matchup because they have a bunch of removal spells anyway. And Egg's triggers to deal 2 damage don't really gain value against their particular suite of creatures. So, like, Brotherhood's End is kind of just better in this matchup, and we don't have a lot of room. Like, I'm already trying to figure out one more cut. What am I supposed to cut? If anything, I think maybe I'm supposed to have, like, one more Flame Blessed Bolt than this on the draw. Is it supposed to be Gambit? Maybe it's supposed to be Gambit. -1 Galvanic because of the command. I want to have the Galvanics in a matchup that I think turns into being about card advantage. Because Galvanic Big Score and Galvanic Thirst for Discovery are so powerful. Yeah, this is a hand. Alright. Yeah, Bloodtithe Harvester sure make me kind of sad. What's the turn 3, opponent? Kind of want them to just play a dragon so that I don't have to counter it. Do I have to counter Fable? My next turn is probably just going to be Brotherhood's End, and my turn 4 is almost certainly just going to be Big Score. So I could hypothetically not play this Make Disappear, because I'm already killing the 2/2. The question is whether I want to use... the tempo is probably important enough for me that I want to kill the second and third sagas. Or second and third chapters, rather. In that case, do I not Brotherhood's End, though? Maybe not. I don't know. I'm going to take, what, 6 damage from this thing if I don't Brotherhood's End? 6 damage worth it to me? I think having the Galvanic makes me willing to use this Brotherhood's End. I don't necessarily need to get value out of Make Disappear by casting Make Disappear after this, though, because this deck has a huge number of discard outlets, so, like, cards just being a blank piece of cardboard in your hand still has a lot of utility later on, so to speak. Does Teferi 5 have a place in the deck / sideboard? Potentially, if there's a meta or call that you want to make for like a matchup that Teferi 5 is very good against. I don't know enough about the meta right now to like say that that strikes me as a card that's particularly useful somewhere, but it could be. I just don't see it currently. Teferi 5 not having removal and not having any ability to interact with flyers makes me really sketched out by it against Esper. Okay. That is literally just Grixis. I'll give it a little bit for the people to remember that Esper beats Grixis if you build it to do that. Oh, that's good magic cards right there. All right. Alright. I'm going to assume my opponent isn't secretly playing blue, so I'm not going to sorcery speed this Galvanic Big Score. Yeah, my opponent's done a lot of damage to themselves to make my life a little easier, huh? One of the downsides of running the aggressive tricolor deck. Chris is just excited about Galvanic Iterationing Big Score. Yes, that is not so secretly the entire reason I want this deck to work, is because these two cards are fun together and the rest is filler. Oh, yeah, that's actually a problem. Two treasures, huh? Yeah. Okay. Shieldred resolves. It's not like they're going to kill me next turn. Oh, thank you, opponent. That's a very polite creature for you to put that on. Alrighty, let's go ahead and put that Shieldred back in your hand if you don't mind. What do we got? A Lier. It's almost useful. The fact that they're getting more treasures here makes this kind of bad. I kind of think that I want to, like, thirst for discovery here for a Flame Blessed Bolt. In that I get to deny my opponent mana if I do that. And I take a lot less damage. But odds aren't super great that I actually hit that successfully. Still, probably should. No extra turn spell, no haste. How badly do I need this land? What do I have in my graveyard? How close are we to winning here? I wonder if should I have big scored in response to that? Looking for the Flame Blast Bolt again, so that I would take less damage? Because I think I still end up having to big score in response to the Shieldred, because they have too much mana. Yeah, so that was slightly wrong. I could have had way more life to work with here. Now I can't win with an extra turn spell. That's not helpful. Okay, well, if we draw Mishra's command, we win. Extra turn spell would have won if I had done that. No. It would have worked out to the same thing if I had played it because I didn't draw a Flame Blast Bolt. Alright. Mishra's command. Twinferno, huh? That doesn't do anything right. Do I have a Mishra's command in the graveyard? No. Am I 1 mana short of killing the Shieldred? Yes. Let's see. I don't think that's anything. Surprisingly close, but not quite. As far as Izzet removal for Shieldred goes, what kind of options do we have? I mean, I guess we have a lot of counter spells. It was very specifically Shieldred with like 3 treasures that turned out to be awkward. I guess we also have the capacity to kill Shieldred by just copying Brotherhoods in, don't we? Hinata got subsidized a lot by Magma Opus. I think that you need another card like that before... Yeah, okay. I'll do nothing until turn 3 if it means getting to cast Thirst for Discoveries multiple times. But I think you need another card like that before Hinata comes back. Fires of Victory, one of? I don't know that we will have enough cards in hand to reliably make Fires of Victory kill Shieldred at that point in the game. I kind of want to play the Sokenzan rather than the Mountain, but that's probably wrong. Is Arcane Proxy a bad idea in a deck like this? I believe so, because I don't think Arcane Proxy does anything worth its mana cost. Alright, well, we do just get to play Haughty Djinn here with protection, or I could just play Thirst for Discovery. Ooh, I now like the idea of Haughty Djinn with protection a little more. Because untapping with Haughty Djinn is close to... Well, I don't know. Maybe that actually means that I want to thirst for discovery rather than Haughty Djinn. I don't know. My instinct is to say that I should do draw go here. Wow, no auto tapper. But I'm going to fight my instincts for the sake of education and see what happens if I just try to play my cards rather than drawing cards. Regular running into not enough red. Because I can play the Sokenzan, was my line of thought. Okay, I don't care about Bankbuster. Ooh. It's not quite lethal this turn, but it's pretty close to lethal next turn. Oh, that's going to be fun. All right. All right. This is definitely lethal next turn. If the opponent doesn't interact with our board. Well, that's kind of interacting with our board, isn't it? Do I just let them kill the Haughty Djinn and not really care? I mean, I sort of care. I guess I could counter the Wandering Emperor instead by sacking the Haughty Djinn, which means they don't gain the life. But then I don't actually have the Make Disappear in hand, and that might actually be a problem. Because I kind of want to discard the Make Disappear. I'm going to have a lot of mana, right? Maybe it doesn't matter. I think I want to be able to protect Vadrik from Soul Partition. Twinferno. Okay. Well, now I actually have to spend a point of mana on Mishra's command, which makes me sad. Haste plus power. And then what? I think I want to loot. I think I want to get rid of Make Disappear. If the opponent lets this resolve, they probably don't have Soul Partition. Okay, so play land, copy our next spell, play big score, net gain 2 mana, One mana short of where I'd like to be. Lier. If we draw another big score, then things are great. But I'm 1 mana short of copying the big score that's in the graveyard. Okay. Marching the Vadrik. Well, it's probably worth using this Make Disappear to save the Vadrik. Now they have to choose whether to kill the Lier. They exiled Fading Hope, so I guess it might be that they don't have another... they exile, not Fading Hope, what was it? Farewell. And if they have Farewell, then I'm pretty sad. Not the saddest, but pretty sad. Okay, so no other Farewell to exile my graveyard. And if we get to untap, life is pretty easy. Reckoner Bankbuster is irrelevant. Okay. So, easy lethal is just swinging for 20 in the air. But do we really want to go for easy lethal? I kind of want to see how much of my deck I can draw instead. It sounds better, you know? Alright, let's discard Consider and Shivan Reef. Okay. Now things are about to get real interesting. Just how much can we run up the clock? Would really like to draw more big scores. Oh, hey, cool, more extra turns. Ooh, that didn't actually go super great. Alright, Thirst for Discovery, draw 3 for 1 mana. Okay, Twinferno, I guess. So let's draw 6. See where that gets us. Could draw 9. And probably rather take 2 extra turns than draw 9 and 1 extra turn. Discard a mountain. Discard a mountain. Copy the next... Oh, wait, no, I forgot. This doesn't actually cost 3. It costs 4. So I wasn't supposed to draw those 9 cards. Oh, well. Let's see. Then I guess we just take the extra turn here. Then discard some cards to hand size. I mean, we still have lethal, despite all of that nonsense. Discard a spell, discard a card, discard a land, discard Syncopate, play Stormcarved Coast, play Haughty Djinn, take an extra turn. The easy lethal with Haughty Djinn was just that we played it, gave it like +3 power with Mishra's command, and then used Twinferno to give it double strike and swing for 20 or swing for 10 in the air with double strike. Doodly-doo-doo-doo. Choose target. Actually, let's do as much damage as we possibly can. We still have 18 cards in our library we can go find and put in the graveyard. Come on. 12 cards still in deck? Okay. Perfect. All right, and a Haughty Djinn. And this can be for 3 for free. 10 cards left in deck. And we will discard Flame Blessed Bolt and Flame Blessed Bolt and Mishra's Command. Still 7 cards left in deck, but I'm 1 mana short. Oh, no, I'm not. Because we have big score. And that can discard Negate. So we don't even lose any power. Net gain some mana. Play a Haughty Djinn. Mishra's Command a Haughty Djinn. Oh, that might have been worse than Twinfernoing a bigger Haughty Djinn, actually. Whoops. Oh well. One, two, three, four. Me and Haughty Djinn. And then doot. No? There's too many cards I can't select. Isn't this already 4? Oh, because it's up to. I have to confirm that I wanted 4. Sure. Down to 1. We will not be casting those final 2 big scores. So if we had 1 mana more, I suspect I missed best lethal here. I'm pretty sure that putting more power on 1 Haughty Djinn and giving a double strike was better than having 3 Haughty Djinns. Maybe. There's also the possibility that I was supposed to just give more power to Vadrik to make, like, exponentially larger Mishra's commands, possibly, and then put the final one on Haughty Djinn that way. That's true. We did play around 1 mana removal spell. I suspect I'm, like, have built this deck in a way that goes too overkill on this kind of stuff, especially with the Vadriks. That, like, some actual competitive versions would probably going to want to trim, but, like, that's just so fun. Yeah, opponent was either allowing us to have fun on stream, or because it was game 1, was doing damage to my clock, which is respectable. What am I supposed to do against mono white? Farewell is actually going to be pretty annoying, so I feel like I should probably play like 3 negates. I still think March... I had it in here because I thought that I wanted to protect my 3-drops, but like, I'm siding it out in every single matchup because I don't care about protecting my 3-drops. The best way to protect my 3-drops is to just not play creatures. So like, this March should probably be something else. Then what? White doesn't have very good removal, so I want to keep Vadrik. They're not actually an aggressive deck, so I don't want the eggs. If they're not aggressive, I'm probably supposed to play Galvanic. I probably do not want the Flame Blessed Bolts. Egg is good against, like, 1-drop aggro mono white, not necessarily Dirtle control mono white. I can probably play a Syncopate. I'm probably supposed to bring in a Abrade is what is actually supposed to happen here, but oh well. I just don't want to do that when I can do things that draw cards instead. Okay, counter spells and cards that draw cards. That's what we're here for. I got really scared there for a second that my opponent was going to play a 1-drop. Okay, no. They are committed to the Dirtle lifestyle, which I will both respect and punish. Yeah, I'm not really interested in that resolving. Let's see. Is there anything the opponent can do at this point that I care about? Hypothetically, depending on my draws, but I I've got Thirst for Discovery into Big Score, and I'm not really sure if it gets better than that. Yeah, no, Reckoner Bankbuster is not better than that. I get to do for 3 mana what they have to spend, what, 8 to do? 6? Something like that? Well, that's a lot of Haughty Djinns. So I could play out a Djinn with the expectation that they probably remove it here. I'd rather Big Score. I want to draw cards more than I care about having creatures in play. The only reason I'm considering playing the Haughty Djinn in this position is because I've got the second. So, like, there's some benefit to getting the removal out of their hand proactively anyway. But, yeah. Pretty sure Big Score is better. Okay. 1/1 double strike, draw a card. Wonder if they have the flicker. There's a 3-mana O-Ring that has 2 mana flicker a creature that's pretty interesting with these prototype cards because they come back as the larger version. And with this one, since it draws a card on ETB, you get even more synergy. I can probably discard a basic. I'll probably just draw another basic before Thirst for Discovery. Mishra's Command. That's fun. I'm going to assume we're not particularly close to lethal here, right? I could just play both Haughty Djinns and then see if we win the game that way. We let them remove 1 Haughty Djinn with the 2 mana that they're representing here. And then hold up the other negate for the farewell. Okay, no removal spell. That's a really good sign. Makes it a lot easier to have lethal next turn. One removal spell. Okay, well, might as well counter because they're not holding up farewell now. Second removal spell. Third removal spell? Would make me sad. Yeah, all 3. Okay. Big Score is nice. I think I would like to Mishra's Command first. Because if possible, I would like to find a copy effect before playing this Big Score. Alright, well, Thirst for Discovery is a card too. Ambitious Farmhand, very well. That's ignorable. The Reckoner Bankbuster getting crude is going to be an annoying source of damage that I don't have a direct answer to. Okay. We're sort of back to being on a clock. I wonder, how many extra turn spells did I leave in? Both. Okay, so hypothetically, we could still present lethal multiple times, but it will definitely be slightly harder without two Haughty Djinns. Is there a way for my opponent to present lethal next turn? Yes, if they play a creature that crews Bankbuster, they are representing lethal next turn. I'm trying to decide whether I'd rather Big Score or Thirst for Discovery. Thirst for Discovery, I think, is stronger if we find a copy effect and they don't kill us next turn. Big Score is stronger... What, if I have to try to present lethal this turn? Is that even true? I don't even know if that's true. Let's just assume they're not going to kill us next turn. There's our Djinn. Okay. All right. How dead are we? Hopefully not super dead, but maybe super dead. Yeah, I was a little worried about that. I forgot about having to actually discard a card here, which is awkward because I'm pretty sure that's Haughty Djinn. Okay, Mishra's Command's good eventually. What can I draw into that would be better than just Galvanic Make Disappear? Literally nothing. Okay, well. This does not leave us a lot of mana to work with. And we didn't draw an extra turn spell either. So what are we going to do here? Draw the fourth Haughty Djinn? Potentially? Wow. Opponent decides to tap out? Does opponent hold back a blocker? No. Okay, well that makes Vadrik interesting. If we draw one, Mishra's Command. Well, now my life is complicated. I did leave the Vadriks in, yes? Yes. Okay, consider... for Vadrik. Thirst for Vadrik? I might not have enough mana once I thirst. Restoration gets to crew one of the Bankbusters, so that's not good enough. If I Lier, consider nowhere near enough mana. Is that lethal? I think that's lethal. Looks like very lethal. Alright, well, let's go with very lethal. Alright. Just casually 36 damage. I guess they might have a 1-mana answer here. I should play the land and held up Negate first. This is a silly deck. See what I mean about this just being fun to play? I actually wonder if those Galvanics in the sideboard should actually be more of the double strike spell instead. Yeah, if you wanted to play this in best of one, my recommendation would be cut the 2 Vadriks to play 2 Brotherhoods in, and then probably figure out a way to fit a 3rd Brotherhood in the main. And you're probably good at that point. This isn't really a hand that does anything, but I'm not going to mulligan just because my hand doesn't do anything. We're going to revisit the enchantments deck with the new cards. Does the enchantments deck get anything? I mean, so what the enchantments deck does get, for sure, is I think that deck's actually incredibly good against Grixis, especially Invoke Despair Grixis. So, I think the enchantments deck is actually just very reasonable right now. But as far as updating it goes, I haven't been struck by the inspiration for anything. Do I want to let them get the blood token and Flame Blessed Bolt this? Probably. Save my counterspells for something that Flame Blessed Bolt doesn't work on. Vadrik. Oh, see. I think I'm definitely supposed to jam this here, because if my opponent just plays Fable on 3 in response to Vadrik, I think I'm actually excited about that. And if they remove Vadrik, then I didn't need to hold up a counterspell because they don't have 3 mana at that point, and nothing they can do for less than 3 mana scares me. Yeah. So, that was the worst case scenario, and it was pretty break even. If Haughty Djinn didn't die to cut down right here, but if they had cut down, they would have cut down the Vadrik, right? So I think I'm supposed to play the Haughty Djinn. Given that my hand has no card advantage, I think that I'm supposed to just try to leverage Haughty Djinn into turns. Hope they don't have land removal spell. Okay, that's fine. Alright, Haughty Djinn. We got some work to do. I think I actually have to play this land, which is kind of annoying. I'm not actually sure how I ended up down so many cards. I didn't mulligan, did I? Huh. E. This pause makes me think make disappear. And the removal too. That's pretty awful. We need some card advantage. We don't need them to have card advantage. That's the opposite of good. Oh, I can't even cast the Mishra's command because it doesn't have a second legal mode? Gross. Okay. That's a lot of damage. They can't exile instants and sorceries with Corpse Appraiser, so that's something. But they're probably never going to tap out ever again. Which is going to make it hard, especially because they actually found a threat. Do I go for lethal here, hoping they didn't find another... Go for the throat? Is that even lethal? 6 plus 5? 1 short, but we get a draw step? I honestly don't know if I'm supposed to have better chances of winning this game. Oh, they could have Make Disappear too, so it's not just go blank. Or not just go for the throat. Awkward. Think we're going to do it this way. I'm going to discard Make Disappear and Gambit. We're going to try to figure out some way to make something happen with Lier. That's not very useful. Oh, opponent, so many cards. So many cards. Now my life total actually starts getting threatened. Yeah, this is when Grixis is happy. It does not need to actually tap out when it gets ahead early. This is the kind of position that, what's the name of it? Big Score is really powerful against. Because if on one of the earlier turns I had managed to make 2 treasures, then we get to play through the Make Disappears much more easily. But instead, now my opponent has a grip of 7 cards, and that's not so good. Yuck. Alright, well. Time to play 2 Haughty Djinns, hope we top deck well, and hope they don't have any removal. Odds of that aren't particularly good, but I don't have any options either. Especially with how close they are to representing lethal on board. So if the opponent has no ability to interact... Okay. They did. Alright, now things get a little easier. Want Syncopates, want Negates. Don't want Vadrik against removal. Want Iterations. Don't need Flame Blessed Bolts as much. Don't need March. Should probably actually cut March from the deck at this point. Everything else... Probably... Suppose... Is Brotherhood's End a card I would want for this deck? I don't know. Huh. Maybe Abrade would be better. I think we'll just go with Abrade. Alright, let's find more card advantage this time. In a manner of speaking, this is card advantage. As soon as it finds the colors to cast any of the spells and cards to combine with the spells. This is the kind of the hand that I want to draw into on like turn 5, not the hand that I want to have on turn 1. But I really don't want to mulligan. It's fine. We'll just draw cards that we need and have 3 lands. That's the game plan. Okay, Duress is fine. My strategy of keep lands and cards that I don't really care about is pretty good against Duress. I would generally assume you should take the Twinferno here because it's the one that doesn't have flashback. Oof. Okay, well. Hopefully the opponent doesn't have a 2-drop threat, because I don't really want to have to make disappear a 2-drop. Hearse. Should I care about Hearse? I have a sinking feeling that I should probably care about Hearse. Yeah, alright. The hand doesn't have a lot going on. Okay. So we have 8 card draw spells, of which 4 are big scores that we would need a red source first to do anything with. There's the red source. Alright, now we're in business. Yeah, I think this hand in particular was one that cared about Hearse. Not every hand with this deck, but this one, yes. Well, no, Abrade's not very good. In fact, I would be much, much happier if that Abrade was a consider right now. Eh. This is supposed to be the kind of position that we're exceptional at. But I don't know. Maybe this is the kind of matchup where I need to keep the consider. Come on, big score. Okay, alright. I'm still pretty good. Okay. Now we're Magic the Gathering. Untapped land. 1 time, please. Opponent's got a lot of threats. That's a pretty big problem. Would have loved to have had a land to copy this. It was just ever so slightly the order I did not want those cards in. So if the opponent plays Shieldred here, we lose. If the opponent doesn't play Shieldred, I probably still can't win in time. Spent slightly too many turns missing land drops and not developing the board in any way. Is there a way we can win here off of a top deck? I don't think that I have the resources to do that. Not with no extra turn spell in hand, no source of haste in hand, and no Haughty Djinn in hand. I think if I had any one of those, there's a chance we could win, but not with 0 of them. I'm not sure the Brotherhood's End would have won here, but it would be good to have. I was thinking it's slightly unlikely that they would draw a hand that had just a bunch of 2-drops, but... well, it did. Okay. What do I have for removal? 1 Abrade at instant speed, huh? Did I play the Shivan Reef rather than the Mountain here this turn? My default of keeping the basic in hand probably... well, I'm going to discard the Mountain, so it doesn't really... well, it does matter because I would rather be discarding the Shivan Reef. But my default of keeping a basic in hand has kind of led me astray here, because I do not want to take that damage. We have an Abrade, but I don't think that'd be good enough. Because we would need the Lier to actually be able to block, and odds are pretty good they have a removal spell in hand. But maybe that was actually what I was supposed to go for regardless. Play Lier, Abrade, Bloodtithe Harvester on my turn. Potentially stay alive if they don't have... yeah, maybe. Okay. Is that anything? It might be lethal if they don't have... no, I used up both of my Twinfernos already, didn't I? Shoot. Well, darn. So Haughty Djinn plus remove a Bloodtithe Harvester. Is that better than removing the Reflection? I have nothing I can draw into that would be lethal, right? Oh, I have 2 Alchemist's Gambit if my opponent has no interaction whatsoever. I still think that I'm not supposed to give haste, though. Oh, no, yeah, I can't even cast the Alchemist's Gambit if I actually do this for 2, which I think is what I'm supposed to do. But odds are pretty good they make disappear this Mishra's command, I think. No? Okay. I'm surprised they didn't draw with a Reckoner Bankbuster in response to that. Looking for a make disappear. Okay. So a creature to crew Bankbuster does 7 damage. Creature plus removal is lethal. Oh, not crewing Bankbuster. Alright. Well, I don't have the mana to play Lier, Djinn, and do lethal. Abrade. Huh. Am I better off playing Djinn and holding up Abrade and Thirst for Discovery? Or playing Lier and holding up stuff from the graveyard? Lier doesn't do very much this turn. So I think I'm supposed to play Djinn? I wonder if I'm supposed to kill Blood Tithe Harvester before they can kill the Djinn. I could iterate Abrade to kill both of their creatures, yeah? I think I want to Abrade the Blood Tithe Harvester in their upkeep. That sucks. Do you have the make disappear opponent? Yeah, what are you sacking? Okay. Well, that's fine. Assume that I'm better off targeting the Blood Tithe Harvester than the Bankbuster. These are both targeting that, so we will decline and decline. Alright, how many threats does the opponent find? Enough. Sure. So I think I made a pretty big mistake not keeping the Consider. The matchups against Grixis seem like it comes down to who finds more instant speed card advantage. and them finding the Reckoner Bankbuster in both games before I found Thirst for Discovery seems to be what creates the advantage. And Consider is not really card advantage, but in those specific instances, especially where I'm boarding in a bunch of what's the name of the card? Galvanic Iterations. Having more density of things that I'm allowed to copy seems important. This is 2 cards that counter things on curve, so we will keep. We did forget to take out the card. That is true. Explain QQ. All right, so back in the day, when Wilderness Reclamation was a popular deck, there were scenarios where you would want to float all of your mana at the end of turn in response to a Wilderness Reclamation trigger that would untap all of your lands. Originally, you had to do that manually by tapping each land and then resolving the trigger. Yeah, I kind of have to use the negate here, don't I? That hurts. Ooh, that's a good draw. But they introduced the ability to double tap Q, and in doing so, tap all of your lands for mana automatically. And whoa, I'm glad I have a make disappear. We did not use that command here ever. And the reason for that is actually a little interesting. The reason for that is that, do I want to play a land at all? I kind of want to hold on to Otawara. I should probably play the mountain. The reason for that is that the auto-tapper tried to balance all of the colors that you had available as equally as possible, which was not how that deck wanted to actually function, because when you were in the mirror match, you wanted to tap floating as much blue as possible, because there was the potential that you were just going to pass with all that floating mana, having a staring match with your opponent who was in the mirror, because you didn't want to be the player to blink first. And if they got into a counterspell war on the end of your turn because they were trying to resolve a card draw spell, you wanted to be able to use as much of your floating mana, not tapping into your untapped mana on their turn, to the greatest extent possible. So you ran into the scenario where if you tapped carefully some of the time, and didn't tap carefully and tapped quickly, automatically using QQ the rest of the time, you kind of told your opponent whether you had counterspells in hand or not. Alright, well, there's a number of draws we could have here that just win the game. That's a very good one. Yeah, okay. Looks like lethal to me. Can we do better lethal, though? I think maybe this is better lethal. This looks like better lethal. Definitely better lethal. Have I played a land drop already? I don't recall. Well, let's find out. Decline, discard big score and island. Play land? Yeah. Alright. Better lethal. This is, what, 20-something damage? Oh, this is a lot of damage. Oh, dear. Doodly 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 doo. Oh, I can't actually use the Lier for anything? Oh, I can. I can Thirst for Discovery and then hit an untapped red source. No, come back, opponent. I need to ring the number up. I needed to find out how much more damage I could do. Did I finish the Wilderness Reclamation story there? I got distracted by fun. Anyway, March of Swirling Mist out. Galvanic in, Negate in, Syncopate in, Abrade's in, Vadrik's out, Flame Blessed out. I don't know. Syncopate out on the draw, maybe? Yeah. I don't know what to do. I want to cut the Consider. But I'm pretty sure that's wrong. Maybe I'm supposed to cut the Alchemist's Gambit. I don't know. Did not finish the Wilderness Reclamation story. Got it. Yeah. So if you have counterspells in hand, you were kind of saying, hey, I'm concerned about fighting counterspell war on the end of my turn. So the follow-up to that is that it is a good habit as a Magic player to grow into, to play consistently regardless of whether you do or do not have things. Because you can run into like the thought process of, I want to make my opponent, I want to control what my opponent thinks by changing up my habits. Some of the time I'll tap and float the blue mana when I don't have counter spells. But because you always do it when, or rather, that's not even necessarily the point. This resolves. The correct habit to be in is to always behave consistently and not try to give your opponent misinformation, because it's one of those habits that is more successful against newer, less experienced players and worse against better players. And at the end of the day, all you're doing is giving your opponent some information and hoping they make the wrong decisions. You should play assuming that if you give your opponent more information and more choices, they will be intelligent enough to sort out the difference. I kind of think that I would rather remove my opponent's clock than remove the hearse. It's possible that's wrong, but I think with big score and thirst for discovery, I don't care about hearse. I really want to resolve this thirst for discovery, but I also really don't want to let my opponent resolve a Fable. I'm going to be in trouble if they just pass with a counterspell held up. Sweet. I don't care about that. I do not care about that at all. That's not the most helpful. And I think we get rid of the Mishra's command, because with the Unlicensed Hearse in play, I don't think that I'm going to be doing lethal soon. Or at least that isn't my objective. In fact, it's so not my objective that I'm just going to get rid of this Haughty Djinn. There we go. Land drops. All right. Yeah. I don't want to get rid of my treasures. Yeah, because I'm only using 5 mana next turn. Yeah, it's very easy to fall into the trap of developing habits that are better against weaker players. And I think trying to bluff your opponent habitually by playing inferior is one of those habits that is pretty counterproductive to get into. I wonder if I should have played the Shivan Reef there. Okay, Blood Tithe Harvester. I think they should be crewing the hearse and attacking here to actually start pressuring me. Yeah, hearse removing Galvanic will make me Sort of sad, but not the most sad. Mountain go away. Ooh. How close to lethal is that? I don't think it's quite there, but it could be next turn. Alright, opponent, what do you have to say about Haughty Djinn? Haughty Djinn resolves? Okay. What do you have to say about me Flame Blessed bolting Blood Death Harvester? Nothing to say about it. Good stuff. Alright, I think we are pretty close to lethal if they don't kill this Haughty Djinn. It's too bad I didn't have one more blue source. If I was holding up both Make Disappear and Negate here, I would feel very comfortable. Okay, 2 spells gone, Haughty Djinn back down to 2. It's weird how I'm still like very close to presenting lethal despite that. Interesting. Cut down? Surge Engine. Alright, that's irrelevant. Ooh! Alchemist's Gambit. Alright, now we're probably still just going to discard that to Mishra's command, if I'm being honest. Alright, what are we looking at? How much mana can I spend on this safely? 3? Probably 3. I think I'm going to discard Alchemist's Gambit, Make Disappear. Oh. Wait, I can't do that. So this is 4, 5, 6. Cast is 7. Oh no, that's not lethal, is it? So I'm going to have to keep the Alchemist's Gambit? Do I need to do this for one more? I don't know. I think I'm just discarding these. Oh, did I need to hold up Shivan Reef instead of Island? I might have messed that up. Might have been that I was supposed to Twinferno here and then Alchemist's Gambit. That still loses to a removal spell because I'm not playing on Negate, though. Yeah, I think I hold on to the Alchemist's Gambit. Man, I wish this island was a red source so that I could Twinferno here. Maybe I just Twinferno anyway and hope they give me a Negate target. Maybe I just don't Twinferno and let them. So this is 6. I could Twinferno, negate my Negate for not lethal. That is not lethal. I think now that I drew 2 Negates, I'm just supposed to pass. So yeah, they'll have Hearse that actually has a lot of power. There's no way they're threatening lethal, right? 5, 14. They are actually capable of killing me here. I kind of missed that. Now they are no longer capable of killing me here. Think we were supposed to Twinferno there? Yeah, if I wasn't going to Gambit, I probably should have Twinferno'd there. Just to get the additional, 6 damage in? I was assuming I was going to be able to negate things on their turn. But apparently that is not the case. There we go. Alright, that's a good Magic card. Presumably that wins. Let's not make that mistake again. Would like to keep the Shivan Reef. We're going to pay a lot of life here, but that's fine. Suppose I could have copied that. I wonder if that would have been correct. Oh well. The important part is that we win. And I think we probably do that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that helps. Alright. So Stormcarved Coast. Take an extra turn. Could do it without losing next turn. But where's the fun in that? I'll do one more damage this way, because I can actually spend the mana to cast Flame Blessed Bolt. Whoa, cancel. That's not the version of that spell I want. That would be a bad way to lose. It's really sad that Alchemist's Gambit doesn't go into the graveyard to make Haughty Djinn bigger. Whee! Unlicensed tourist exiled 11 cards and actually literally didn't matter at all. Fun times. Fun times. Alright, let's figure out something to replace that March that I'm not super excited about. Is there a way we could play like more copies of Thirst for Discovery against Grixis? Surely there's got to be just more Thirst for Discoveries, right? Inspired Idea is probably not a good card to copy. Search Engine is not an unplayable card at all, but it is a card that is kind of specific, I think, to other decks and isn't really what this deck wants to do. I think this card's mostly better at being aggressive than it is at being control-y. You have no way at all to use Power Stone tokens, so Stern Lesson doesn't feel exciting. You have no artifacts, so Thirst for Knowledge is not really more Thirst for Discoveries. I kind of... There's the possibility that Teferi is actually like a reasonable card against Grixis, I guess. Hurkle isn't uninteresting, but also is vulnerable to removal, which I don't know if I'm super excited about, and has to be cast at sorcery speed, which is somewhat limiting. I kind of wonder if I just want Silver Scrutiny. Not necessarily in the main deck, but maybe in the sideboard. We do potentially need more answers to Shieldred. That's true. I wish I could feel like Fires of Victory was comfortable against Shieldred, but Shieldred has so much toughness, and Grixis is the matchup where we're low on cards anyway. Yeah, Rending Flame is a instant speed removal spell for Shieldred, I suppose. We could hypothetically just play one. The trouble is that if they don't play Shieldred, it's just a bad card. I hate how Shieldred only gets countered by bad cards. There's no countering Shieldred with good cards. What do you do? Nothing. What a shame. I could just do Reckoner Bankbuster things against Grixis, I guess. That might not be horrible. It makes Brotherhoods in pretty bad, though. Oddly, we have an easier time answering Shieldred against, like, tokens decks, because then at least I've got 4 Brotherhoods ins plus copy effects. Much harder against the decks where I don't want to bring in Brotherhoods in. Esper especially, I'm a little scared by. Yeah, maybe I'm supposed to try Fires of Victory. I don't know that I love that, though. Still. What if we tried cutting the Considers for Fires of Victory and just see where that gets us? Maybe it's something. I don't know. Then trim 1 Galvanic for a Silver Scrutiny instead? Heck, maybe trim the other Syncopate that I'm never using for a Silver Scrutiny, just to be able to raise my card advantage density against Grixis. Still doesn't necessarily leave me with answers I love to Shieldred. I wonder, actually. Our mana base isn't completely unreasonable for casting Invoke the Winds against Shieldred. Well, we could test it. Why not? I don't think Fires is a good answer to Shieldred specifically, but I think Fires might be good against Grixis in general, judging by the number of times that we got into positions where our problem was just running out of cards. Invoke getting quenched is sad. This is true. Don't have a good answer to that. This hand's kind of wild. It doesn't do much. But if my opponent's on mono white, then Vadrik into double Mishra's Command Big Score is about as silly as it gets. We're really going to need a third land, though. I wonder if I should have actually not Flame Blessed bolted. Never punished. So that I could have Mishra's commanded the recruitment officer to try to draw land. Sometimes punished. Okay, draw and tap land so we can kill the Brutal Cathar. Let's go. No? Oh. Okay. Pretty sure I'm supposed to kill the Brutal Cathar. Still 1 mana short of killing the Mina, though. Sad. I think I'd rather play... what card are we playing? Fires Victory over Cathartic Pyre. Because Cathartic Pyre is card disadvantage. It's just filtration while being card disadvantaged. Okay. Aggro player can't interact with Vadrik. You love to see... Ooh, see it. No. I just want to skip my turn. Thank you. Look at me. Making my spells cost so much less. My aggro opponent's sitting over there with like 5 mana. I don't know if like normally that should feel bad for me or something. I'm really surprised they didn't put that on the Mina and attack with the Mina, but if my opponent wants to do less damage to me, I'm fine with it. Okay. I wonder how close to lethal this is. Considering my opponent didn't turn it back to Knight, it's probably not lethal. I think if this Vadrik had been 3 power, we might have been close. Should I fires the Mina? So my spells cost less? Does that even matter? I guess it doesn't matter because it's a treasure, right? Let's see. For this to be lethal, I need to give what? +8? And I can't give +8. Sad. We'll just have to do for 1 then. Ooh. I love when big score is like actively -1 mana. Aww. Two mana, draw a card, kill a creature is fun. Twinferno. Oh, shoot. If I had gone for that, would we have had lethal? I don't know. I think we chill. Chill on double Syncopate. Vadrik grows. Mina Harker number the next one. Do I care? I guess it taxes every spell, but every spell is basically free except for Mishra's command anyway. It is a blocker. I don't know. I don't want to sacrifice any treasures. Valiant Veteran. Alright, this we will counter. How many treasures do I have to sack? 2 whole treasures? Wow. Busted. Guess I'm just gonna have to sit here and do nothing. Oh. Or do I? I do. The problem here is my opponent has so many chump blockers. How am I supposed to kill them while they have chump blockers? Desperate enough to sacrifice the Guardian of Amalia to scry 2, huh? Okay. Oh! I didn't know this thing had an ability. I thought it was just a land that got to have more colors. Neat. Alright, anyway. I'm going to copy this and then kick it. Then draw more spells. Oh, hey. Big score. Okay. This should be pretty close to lethal, maybe? No, because I've only got one Mishra's Command now. I need like a Lier. No! Well, I mean, I guess that still doesn't really matter. How much is this for? 8... eight's probably fine. No, it only needs to be 6. Doot, 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 doot. No! Oh, that's so underwhelming. There were so many ways for us to do lethal there. Guess we'll just have to settle for this. Wasn't killing the Construct instead of Thalia lethal? Construct instead of Thalia? Oh, you... Wait, how was that lethal? Doot. Doot. Wow, we are finding a lot of lands. Alright. Does opponent block the Vadrik, or do they die? They do not block the Vadrik. So they die. Well, I'm glad the flooding happened after we were capable of dealing with it instead of before we were capable of dealing with it. I don't think Vadrik is good in this deck, but those games against mono white who just can't remove it are the reason that I have such a delightful time keeping it in anyway. Okay, so let's see here. We're going to remove like every counter spell. We're going to remove the Vadriks because I want to bring in Brotherhood's End anyway. Should I just bring in Abrade or Silver Scrutiny? I don't know. Maybe Silver Scrutiny plus Smoldering Egg is something. I might bring the Vadrik back in on the play and cut some number of the Brothers' Ends. Can hypothetically get Vadrik up to the point where it's large enough to survive Brotherhood's End, I guess. Yeah, alright. Board wipe is magic. Oh yeah, I was supposed to cut the Alchemist's Gambit. Forgot about that. Definitely was supposed to have counter spells instead of Alchemist's Gambit. Well, I cannot do anything against Mina. I wish I had had Smoldering Egg last turn, but considering it is still the best thing to do this turn as well, I will accept it. Yeah, Siege Veteran's kind of gross. It's good against Brotherhood's End. Still, we're not taking an obscene amount of damage. And we are putting a lot of counters on our egg. I get to keep the Guardian. I hear a cat running in. even meow to be let in, you just started smashing the door. What am I supposed to think about that? Yeah, Brutal Guitar is pretty bad. Yeah? Alright, so ideally we just draw another Brotherhood's End. Okay. Life easy. Never didn't have it, etc., etc. We do play 4 of them. And I don't think there's anything meaningful I can do with this Mishra's command here. What? You don't want to jump up, you want to be pulled up. That's what. Okay. That lets the Guardian get in, which I don't really love. How do we do this then? Very close to wanting to keep the Gambit, but I think that's probably wrong. Yeah. That's a good draw. So we're going to have to trade with the Guardian unless I kill the Veteran. So I should kill the Veteran. Select a value for x. X equals 0, because I think I want to keep the treasure more than I want to loot one card away. If I could somehow actually kill the Guardian, I would, but I'm 1 mana short. Alright, so if they draw an untapped land... Siege Veteran, also very annoying. Well, not the most annoying. My position here is still favored. I trade. They make a token. I wipe the board. I thirst for discovery. Yeah, that's a lot of good cards. I think I'm going to be fine. Do I just Lier here rather than Brotherhood's End? Oh, no, because Siege Veteran means removal spell for Lier is lethal. Possible I was supposed to thirst for discovery plus Fires of Victory, though, but I don't think so. You have to trade anyway when they exile a veteran? Yeah, but they needed to be able to hit a land drop to exile a veteran. Right? None of these, like, tap for 2. I don't think. Yeah. Tried the deck in best of 1. It is one of those decks that is, like, weird, because it looks very similar on the face to mono blue, but plays completely differently. The reason that I keep comparing it to Alrund's Epiphany is that it plays a lot like Alrund's Epiphany, where your Alrund's Epiphany is like a combination of 2 cards that are also multi-purposed, which means you have to make a ton of weird choices about like when to never play your Djinn and when to not use your haste cards or your double strike cards. We're going to look for more lands than that. This is pretty medium. So, okay. Hey. Hey, opponent not doing anything is my favorite thing. Now let's keep not doing anything for a little longer, opponent, so that I can draw into some card advantage to undo this mulligan. Used to think control was easy, then I picked up blue-white control in Pioneer and lose 50 games in a row. Don't worry, that's not your fault. That's just blue-white control in Pioneer. I have no idea why anyone has come to the conclusion that that deck is viable. Because that was not the conclusion I was able to come to, and I tried really hard. My opponent might make disappear my Syncopate here, but it still results in them not getting to draw a card this turn with Reckoner Bankbuster, which isn't a win for me, but it's fine. The second we draw one of our card draw spells, we're in fairly decent position. Blue-white control did well in Atlanta. It didn't do well on the whole, did it? It did well in that there were a couple of players who placed highly, which placing highly is such a challenging metric to determine by, because there are specific decks like red-black and blue-white in Pioneer that have very polarized matchups. So a lot of your results are kind of just figuring out who got all the good matchups and none of the bad matchups. Did well on the whole, 51 win rate. Yeah, that's fair. My experience with blue-white was that it was like a 51% win rate deck, and that I did not want to play a 51% win rate deck because it didn't feel like there were enough opportunities to like leverage being better than your opponent. Specifically because too many of the matchups were so polarized. Like, the matchup against red-black was not good, although I didn't think red-black was a good deck, because its matchup against green was not good. I kind of think the only two decks in Pioneer that are viable are Phoenix and Humans, which is part of why I do not really super love Pioneer. Nassif 3-0'd Rakdos? Yeah, but there's a reason the saying is you are not supposed to take anything Nassif does with control as valid advice. Nassif is too good at playing control for anyone else to follow suit. If I play a Lier, they're just going to make disappear the Lier, and that makes me sad. I've had this Galvanic Iteration sitting in hand forever, waiting to draw a single card draw spell so that we just win the game. Lay down arms is kind of interesting. You have to warp your deck around it. I think what I want to do is try to build green-white Yori and Angels next. I could have killed this Rafine. I don't know why I didn't try doing that. Oh well. I got rewarded because they didn't put the counters on the Bankbuster anyway. Now I get to kill the 1/1. And they don't get to make a 1/1 with a wedding announcement? All going so good. Opponent tapped out, and I don't even have the cards necessary to punish them? Oh. Ooh, 3, 2, 3. All right. Well, that's interesting. Do I play this now and run into Make Disappear, or do I make them use Make Disappear on their turn? It's worse if they have more copies of Make Disappear in hand to wait. I'm just going to do this now. Let's draw 9 cards. Seems like that's pretty good. Whee! Presumably one of these gets countered and I draw 6 cards, but drawing 6 cards is still pretty good. I mean, if not, I'll take it. I don't even have to discard the hand size. What a turn! Alright, well now we can do lethal next turn if the opponent's kind enough to tap out. I mean, I'm pretty sure, right? Well, maybe not. Yeah, shielded. How close to dead does that leave us? 6, 7, down to 9, down to 7. Can draw 3 cards? That's awfully close to dead. $24. So I'm going to need to draw a double strike, huh? Don't have one in the graveyard. Oh, but I do have Fires of Victory. So we could actually just go Lier, kill Shieldred. Opponent's at 30. That flips. That makes Rafine plus Bankbuster lethal, which is a little concerning. Oh, we drew 2 Infinity now. Okay, can I kill my opponent here? Wah! Si Favoredo. Thanks for the raid. You join us attempting to figure out if we have the ability to do 30 damage to our opponent here. Which you would think would be easier to figure out, and yet... So 5 leaves me with 5 mana, 1 mana kill Shieldred. Maybe that's fine? I don't know. 5... I need to get this up to 15 power, but only up to 14 power, but only up to 13 power. Which means plus 8. I definitely can't do plus 8. No, I think I have to settle for just killing the Shieldred. I think I'm supposed to do Haughty Djinn into Lier rather than the other way around. So that if they have a removal spell that they cast in response to 1, I can negate for 1 mana. Oh no, I don't have enough cards in hand to do this. Shoot. So I had to not play the Haughty Djinn? Huh. Am I dead now? Might be dead now. I guess I can Flame Blast Bolt also. I think this means I lose now that they actually get to untap and remove stuff. I wish I could go back and actually, like, chart that out without the clock. I wonder if I actually did have a way to have lethal with Haughty Djinn there. Yeah, unfortunately, second Shieldred's, like, definitely lethal. Because Because we could definitely do 20 damage. I feel like we were pretty close to 30, but probably couldn't get to 30 while holding up Negate. Let's see, we play Haughty Djinn. Mishra's command to give +3, discard 3. Discard Syncopate, big score. Lier. Pump this by... what was it, at 4? It was at 5. So pump by... pump by 4. Up to 10. 22. Discard 2. 26? No, that might have just been lethal and I missed it. Or it might have just been 26. 5, 10, 11, 12, 13. No, I think it was 26. I think it was just 26. So how are we sideboarding here? Against cut down, we have to cut the Vadriks. Probably just play the Silver Scrutiny, bring in the Invoke. Cut the Flame Blessed Bolts. Maybe cut them entirely? Play more Negates? It's probably not wrong to bring in a Abrade. Yeah, maybe it's wrong enough. I'm really surprised we weren't capable of winning from that position. Alright, this is a pretty reasonable hand. Do we have any in-game audio? Because I definitely turn... Oh, we do. It's just super quiet. Something weird has been happening with Arena lately where the volume has been, like, incredibly minimized, and I don't know why. Alright, my opponent's not going to do anything. I'm not going to do anything. Ludwig. Why did people start playing this card? Is it just because they wanted more things that work with Plaza of Heroes? How do I want to try to counter this? I mean, I guess I could just choose not to counter it, but I kind of want to make space for Thirst for Discovery. So I guess we just Syncopate for 3. Disdainful Stroke. Huh, okay. Don't have a ton of cards that counters, but I guess Big Score is probably enough of a reason. Oh. That's a pretty big whiff. I was hoping for literally any land at all so I could discard that island. Alas. Costs 3? Sure. If they want to Plaza to counter this, I'm fine with that. But they don't. And that isn't the most surprising. Unfortunately, if their hand is just a lot of removal spells, I'm kind of deeply in trouble. Okay. Takanuma is nothing. I'm a little sad they didn't draw those 3 lands, but the rest of it's cool. Alright. Well... how to do this? I could play Lier into Thirst. Let's see what the opponent does here first. My Ganjo does not let me go Lier into Thirst, unfortunately. I forgot that the Ludwig was reducing it, but maybe that doesn't end up mattering too much. Yeah, so unfortunately, I just need them to not have a removal spell. They didn't have one for the Djinn, which was a somewhat good sign. Okay. AO we don't care about. May have been saved by my opponent flooding out. Then again, the legendary deck doesn't play quite as many actual removal spells. So much the better for me. I think I have to go and do this before they get Plaza of Heroes and can fizzle my card draw spell. You know what? The Invoke Despair looks pretty juicy right now. Okay, well, this is interesting. I was going to Twinferno Invoke to force them to sack a Plaza and steal their Gix, because they presumably protect their AO. Now I'm kind of wondering if maybe instead I just want to go absolutely ham with big scores. I think I kind of just want to go absolutely ham with big scores. And then hope we don't die. Alright, draw 6, make 6 treasures. Have to discard the hand size. I actually drew into nothing that is capable of threatening lethal, which is kind of weird. What am I even doing here? I guess I'm discarding Make Disappear? Do I want to spend 2 treasures to thirst for discovery? Probably. I'd like if my opponent tapped enough for me to steal AO and go for lethal, but they got a lot of Plaza of Harmonies up. Shieldred. Okay. That's not so much of a concern. There's a Haughty Djinn. Alright, but I don't have a copy effect. What if I were to make disappear that? Do we like that idea? I think maybe I like that idea. Let's find out what happens. True that I cannot counter anything with Lier, but also true that I can get rid of Lier. I have 5 in the graveyard. Oh, that was a mistake. I was supposed to cast the Make Disappear from hand, which puts Haughty Djinn at 7 power. Which is very possibly relevant. Oh, they just let it get countered. Oh, okay. Well, that works for me. Alright, well, let's go ahead and play Haughty Djinn. We'll kill the Gix with Mishra's command, loot 3. Determine what we do with that based on whether they Plaza the Gix or not. Oop, bye-bye kitty. Because if they Plaza the Gix, then we're going to invoke the AO. I did not do that. Well, then maybe I'm going to get rid of Invoke. I don't need to discard 3 cards if I don't want to. I just should probably want to. No, let's just do 2. Alchemist's Gambit. Very interesting. So wait, do I have lethal if I invoke the AO and they counter it? I think I do. Or if they counter it with Plaza of Heroes specifically. So I think I'm supposed to go for that. Alright. That should be lethal. Oh, no, they can AO into something, though. But I drew Fires of Victory, so that's helpful. But I'm going to have to be, like, actually careful about the amount of math I use here. Well, I'm glad I went for it. Drawing Fires of Victory was good. So this is going to go to 10 by the Mishra's command, which means I need +7. got scared there because it said 16 for some reason. Emperor. Emperor actually would be a problem. That is not necessarily good enough. Oh, it is. I'm one short. Shoot. Shoot. So I needed to do this for one less. And that would have been good enough with the Thirst for Discovery to play around Rafine. Ugh, that was my bad. So we should have won that. Because I had the fires in hand, right? Oh, but no, what do I do? Oh, if they don't hit Rafine, I can fires the Haughty Djinn to get it up to 17? No, the Thirst was already 17. Yeah, okay. So that's just entirely my mistake. And thinking I needed to spend too much. Doesn't Fires just kill Emperor? Yeah, Fires kills Emperor. So, like, that was guaranteed lethal. Alright, learning. It's almost the same as the last? I don't know. I don't know about that. Mishra's command seems like it's changed a lot. Card's like actually kind of secretly insane. And is the entire reason this deck is viable. Okay. I mean, it's hard to mulligan a hand that has big score in it. Couldn't we just started off with Fires for 4 on AO before Mishra's command? Did we have enough to do that? Because if we had enough to do that, then yes, is the answer. I think there were probably a lot of better ways to play that turn that were guaranteed to work. I don't think I'm willing to play Haughty Djinn into cut down mana. Am I willing to play Vadrik? No. Not with big score held up. Ooh, opponent missing land drops? Okay, that's fine. I'm willing to do nothing for as long as my opponent's missing land drops. Unfortunately, I am just as bad at missing land drops, which is not helpful. Which is possibly one of the weaknesses of this deck, that we're like only 24 lands. Am I supposed to cut Vadrik? Probably. Maybe not? Probably. Grixis is too good at killing it. Wow, really? No lands? Kinda want to draw land. Really? Wow, that sucks. Huh. So what am I supposed to do here? Play Haughty Djinn and pass, I guess, and hope? Howdy, Nike. And thanks for the sub. Resub? Resub. It just doesn't say resub. Bolt the Goblin? Yeah, but I don't want to do that until the beginning of combat. I just don't particularly have a reason to, I don't think. Alright, well. What's your removal spell for Haughty Djinn look like, opponent? Ooh, Corpse Appraiser. That's relatively completely irrelevant, isn't it? Interesting. Well. It's time for everybody's favorite game. Is this lethal? Copy an instant. And then we're going to big score. We're not going to copy it twice because I want to have the ability to give Haughty Djinn double strike. Pretty sure this is like very lethal. And there's no card that my opponent could have that could stop it? Ooh. Okay. Well, they're countering the same one twice, I think. So, like, I'm just going to let that get countered. Oh, hey, a Lier. That's pretty cool. So anyway, let's give Djinn double strike. And also +2 power. And also, I would like to loot. And also, we'll take another turn. You know, just... What is this? 5 mana, casually 40-ish damage? It's a silly place. So you said Galvanic, Abrade, Scrutiny, Invoke was like kind of the plan. Maybe we don't need Invoke as much with the fires. Something like this, maybe? I don't know. Not knowing how many... what's up with Mishra's research desk being a card people play? Like, this is only useful if you have... Oni Cult Anvil, right? Does that mean that I should assume my opponent's on an Oni Cult Anvil deck? And, like, not play the Abrades and play Brotherhood's End instead? Maybe? I don't know, why not? No red source for big score, but I think I'm supposed to keep lands +2 counterspells, even if they're not necessarily the most color balanced. Mulligan, that's a start. Means we have a real chance at making this about resources. Oh, I love my opponent not having a 2-drop. Research desk. Okay, that strikes me as mostly irrelevant. Would really like to find a red source for big score. No, my opponent's finding all the red sources. I'm jealous. No, I'm discarding the hand size. All of that mulligan value undone. Wow. I'd be able to do something about this if I hadn't missed a land drop. I think I have to make disappear that and just hope we hit an untap red source and get to big score. It's like the only way we're staying in this game. Or if my opponent just decides... Alright. It's not really what I wanted, but I'll take it. It's better than what I wanted. The mountain was what I wanted. Alright. The games that Lier wins are definitely less frequent than the game that Haughty Djinn wins, but you do sometimes just, like, play 2 big scores and then a Lier and win the game. Lier matters a lot more against the decks that have less removal, I find. Alright, opponent. I'm going to turn into a mono blue deck for the moment. How many answers to Haughty Djinn are there? Because if the answer is 2, I'm kind of in trouble. Yeah, that sort of bites. I guess I can get rid of my entire hand to counter this thing. I have a Lier, I guess. This would be a lot better if one of these spells was just a negate. Don't love how many resources my opponent's still gonna have after this. Alright, well, Haughty Djinn big. Is Thirst for Discovery better than playing a Lier? And just hoping they don't have a removal spell for both of these cards? Huh. It probably is. There's the chance that it totally whiffs, but there's also the chance that it just ends up being much better. How am I supposed to play this? I don't think I'm supposed to keep big score as much as I want to. I think I'm just supposed to hold on to Haughty Djinn plus negate. Alright. Well, that's pretty good. What do you got here, opponent? Gross. Alright, well, those were, however, good draws. The trouble is Flesh Gorger as Menace, and I think the Otawara, what with it being uncounterable, now means they win the race. So I'm going to have to top deck a way to do lethal. Ooh, it's going to be close. And they gain 6, too. Do we have a Twinferno in the graveyard? We did. So Lier was lethal. I wonder if that means I made a mistake earlier with Lier. Nah, because Negate meant we had lethal through removal, except specifically Otawara. So I think keeping Negate over Lier was correct. Twinferno turns, and Mishra's command was not guaranteed lethal, but potential. And then there's also just all the piles of redraws. Oh, and Brotherhood's End was also extremely good. I wonder if I was right to throw away the Lier earlier. Or, no, the only reason Lier is good now is because we had top-decked Big Score to get more treasures. Otherwise, the lack of red sources was a problem for the Big Score plan. If they're doing Flesh Gorger stuff, does that make me even more interested in more Brotherhood's Ends? Potentially. I don't think I can afford to play more than 2 here, because I still think they're probably not actually an Oni Cult Anvil deck. Okay. Happy with the Thirst for Discovery hand against the Grixis deck. I was going to say, I wonder if it's good for me if they play a 2-drop, because it means that I get to sorcery speed Thirst for Discovery. But if they follow that up by playing Fable, that kind of bites for me. I think I have to take that risk, though. As long as it's not exactly Fable. It is, however, exactly Fable. That is definitely the thing they could do that my hand does not line up well against. That's a shame. And not going to have an easy way out of this. Maybe I should play Fable in this deck. It's not really what I want to do, but maybe it's the right thing to do. Just to have something proactive to do the win games automatically on turn 3. It's not card advantage, but maybe it's a replacement for Vadrik. Would certainly be much better against Grixis, specifically. Now I have to discard the hand size, huh? That makes me a little sad. We're hemorrhaging life a little faster than I'd like. Maybe I'm actually supposed to Mishra's command for 2. Yeah, I think I am. Still get to hold up Negate, which is something. Presumably they counter this. No, they don't. Interesting. What am I getting rid of here? I kind of want all of these. I feel like I need all of them. Maybe I don't need Alchemist's Gambit. Maybe what I don't need is Lier? I think Brotherhood's Inns have a lot less value game 1. Because opponents aren't boarding in hearses yet against you. I feel really uncertain about discarding that Gambit. That might have been worse than discarding the Lier. Because Lier is very bad at protecting itself against removal. Really need my opponent to not play a creature here. Alright, that's something. Time to see what kind of lethal we can set up. It's gonna be tricky. I think Brotherhood Ends is not a good answer to opposing Fables. The only time that it's ever a decent answer is if they specifically go turn 2 Harvester and turn 3 Fable. And even then you're giving them an open turn 4 and the Fable. Like, it's a sort of comeback mechanic, but I don't think it's what you want to try to plan for. Okay, so I lose if they have an untapped land, because they can just play 7 mana thing. No. They're 1 mana short even if they play a land, because this costs 7 and then they have to pay 1 for the reflection. So that would not be lethal. Do I have any kind of Fable? Not Fable. Any kind of instant speed removal? And the answer is 2 Fires of Victory that I could hypothetically big score into if my opponent decided to try to copy Blood Tithe Harvester. But they do not. They don't even hold up the reflection, interestingly. Alright, time to find out how many counterspells the opponent has. If the answer is 1, there's a chance. If the answer is 2, things kind of suck. Negate, huh? Okay, well that's a little telling. It makes me feel like I should thirst instead of big score. Apparently not. Okay. Haughty Djinn's at what? 6? And I don't have the Twinferno. Man. If I had the Twinferno in hand. But I don't. Do I want to discard the mountain? Probably not. Djinn. Command. Leaves me with 2 mana. I think I'm just discarding big scores. Oh, you draw the land. Should have believed. So there's no way I can do lethal here, so I might as well just loot. I think I'm supposed to kill the reflection and not the harvester. Guess I have to counter that? Interesting that they had the counter spell for the Thirst for Discovery but didn't feel like using it. Yeah, I don't think I can hold on to Syncopate here. Well, Make Disappear is better Syncopate. Alright, we're holding on somehow. I mean, by and large, I wouldn't say this looks good for us. But if the opponent is polite enough to not have any removal... I think I just want to tax their mana. Make it harder for them to interact with Lier next... Or they could just not pay for it. Oh, okay. No. Or they could just have lethal no matter what. That's an option. The turn where they negated my Twinferno, I wonder if I wasn't supposed to try to go for Twinferno Big Score, if the actual better play was Flashback Galvanic, cast Thirst, given that they weren't doing anything and had a pretty high chance of either having a bunch of removal or a bunch of counterspells. Because that was much stronger against counterspells and meant that I still had the Twinferno to try to go for lethal with the Negate and the Mishra's command that I already had in hand. There is a very good chance that actually was just completely better. And then even just doing Twinferno into Big Score, even if they hadn't given me the information by negating the Twinferno, would have just been better for me. I go through, push lethal there. Add negate. I think there's a very real chance I would have actually just won the game doing that. But that's assuming that they would have negated the Galvanic. Because if they didn't negate the Galvanic and just passed with 2 negates up, maybe I'd die doing that. Although I don't think I would die in that case. I want to test this. Let's try with the Fables. I think this is going to be a lot less fun, but it might be interesting. Is the desk better than Experimental Synthesizer from Neo? I don't believe so. In fact, it's looked like actively pretty bad every time I've seen it played. So I'm not sure I understand the angles where it's supposed to be better. But that isn't to say that those angles don't exist. This hand is pretty terrible. So let's keep it and see what it actually does. If they negated Twinferno, they probably negate Iteration. Right. In terms of what that opponent would do, I'm trying to think of what an average opponent would do, and the average opponent would not negate either because that's just strictly a mistake. You should let it resolve and then see what gets copied and just choose to counter the copy if necessary. This is a hand that does not do anything, which is concerning. Okay. Would like it if the opponent just plays Shieldred. No, don't like that. That's actually, like, incredibly strong. I think I just have to play Hail Mary with Haughty Djinn, which is, like, super unlikely to work. But 2 Fables is such a big clock that I kind of just, like, have to start taking gambles. Hate that they only discarded 1 card. Really not a fan of that. Well, at least it's only Lily. It could have been something good. Main deck Duress, taking big score? Really? Oh, okay, cool. That was the only card in my hand that I didn't care about. Still just have to be on the hope they don't have a removal spell for Haughty Djinn page, because I have no other viable plans right now. My hand does not really leave me with the ability to do anything. And removal. That's unfortunate. I don't think I have cards in my deck that can come back from here. Well, land is something at least. And at least the opponent made the mistake of attacking with their reflection instead of, like, having a much faster clock. So that's useful at least. Opponent didn't Liliana? And also didn't attack with 1 Kiki. I have no idea why either of those things, but I'll take it. Well, that's me dead. But let's see if the opponent misses lethal. Probably discard Negate here if they uptick Lily. Oh, hey, cool, they missed lethal. That's a start. Not sure where we're going after that, but it's a start. Oh, alright. Alternative, lethal. Alright, well, this time we're going to attempt to draw a hand that does literally anything, in the hopes that that will be slightly better against the opponent. Still not sure if Invoke the Winds is, like, actually playable at all. Maybe I'm just not supposed to do Alchemist's Gambit things? Oh, this isn't Grixis. This is red-black. But that probably still means not doing Alchemist's Gambit things. One of these days we're actually going to, like, just get a hand that does a bunch of big score things. That would make me excited. Probably supposed to play 1 Gambit. Cut. Maybe I just don't have room for the second iteration in the board. I mean, even if it wouldn't be good against these kind of decks, it is still good against, like, blue-white style, much more Drago, less pressure decks. Okay, an actual counterspell and some actual lands. That's something. Duress, sure. I got 2 counterspells, so we're fine. Alright, good on lands, time to begin drawing card advantage. Just need the card advantage. Do wonder if I should go back to trying a version with like 4 considers. It did a lot to make the Galvanics better. Okay, dig my opponent doing nothing. What did I bring in for the Gambit? Or what did I end up cutting for the Gambit, rather? A Galvanic? So this would have been a Galvanic? I don't think this is meaningfully worse than Galvanic in this position. Not sure how to feel about all of the nothing. That's definitely a little strange. Okay. Well, now I wish this was a Galvanic quite a bit. I don't have to cast this big score for as long as my opponent's not doing anything. Yeah, alright. This is a position where Fable isn't terrible. Is Gambit really worth running with nothing to stifle lose the game trigger? Yes. Because very frequently we just win the game with giving Haughty Djinn haste or double strike, and Gambit fills both those roles for 2 mana. And sometimes we just cast it for the cleave cost, or copy it while casting it for the cleave cost, off of treasures from Big Score. But in the games we've been playing today, I have not had a lot of games where we had early big scores resolve, and a lot of that was because we were playing against decks that were doing a good job of holding up counter spells, which is like a fundamental sort of thing that we need to potentially think about. But in general, there is a lot of utility there. I kind of want to discard one of these Haughty Djinns because I definitely do not need 2. But Mishra's Commanding Tenacious Underdog is not actually something that I want to do. So I think for the time being we're still just chilling, waiting to try to find a copy effect for Big Score. Explain why it's good and then loot it away. Yeah, but in this position it's because I'm trying to find card advantage, specifically. Plus, looting it away is still useful. We do flash it back occasionally with Lier. I think I'm comfortable missing land drops at this point, so I'm going to loot away the Shivan Reef. There we go. And that's Magic the Gathering. Presumably they kill Lier, so I can't block the underdog? No? Okay. Now, one assumes they start dumping mana into flashing back Lier. Or into flashing back underdog? No? Okay. Fine by me. Yeah, You know what? No, opponent, you have to kill this reflection. Or else. I'm not going to give you the privilege of me killing it for you. Oh, I don't know. Do I just try to kill my opponent? Probably not. If they had less mana, I'd be into it. But I don't see a reason that I need to kill him now. Let's kill him next turn. I mean, hypothetically, there is always the possibility that I fail to find any way to interact with my opponent. But I suspect that will not happen. I suspect my opponent's life total will go to 0 next turn. Blood Tithe Harvester, sure, that involves them having less mana up, which I am fine with. So, let's go for 3. Draw 3 cards. Mishra's Command, that's very helpful. Big score, discard a land, make more treasure. Okay, well, I was expecting that we would be able to do something. At least the make disappears are, like, vaguely functional. Alright, attempt to copy Haughty Djinn, which is why I thought Fable actually had some value in the deck. 1 removal spell. We will make disappear, sacking the reflection. Forcing the opponent to tap down to 1 mana. Drawing the second make disappear was real good. Alright, and counter. Get a Haughty Djinn with 9 power. Mishra's Command. Yeah, that's good enough. I would like to loot 3. I would like to boost that's power and loot away some cards. Ooh. Well, that's fun. Alright, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that right? That is right. No, come back, opponent. This is going to be so fun. It's going to do what? Loot 1 plus 6 plus 1 from it going to the graveyard is 21. No. Yeah, 21. This 22. So 44 plus 13. 44 plus 13. 57 damage? 57 damage, I think. Good times, good times. That was a somewhat decent looking appearance for Fable of the Mirror Breaker. I don't know if that's necessarily like what the hypothetical plan should be, but I feel like against Tenacious Underdog and Phyrexian Dragon Engine, I'm probably supposed to actually be playing Flame Vest Bolts. And not Fires of Victory. Probably. Probably. I'm also probably not supposed to play the Alchemist's Gambit on the draw. I think we keep the 1 Fires of Victory for Shieldred. 60 damage doesn't do it anymore after seeing an attack for 34 billion. I mean, it's the journey, not the destination, right? Or maybe it's a little bit of both. I'm going to say after the game we lost, I don't particularly feel like keeping this hand. Okay. Huh. I don't like getting rid of Mishra's command, but I probably am supposed to, given this. Maybe it's supposed to be getting rid of Haughty Djinn, but yeah, it probably was supposed to be getting rid of Haughty Djinn, actually. I would have been rewarded for it. No red source. Well, there goes my Fable. That's disappointing. These Flame Blessed Bolts are not particularly impressive. Oh dear. Can you add Planeswalkers? Yes. Hypothetically. In practice, no. Where's all my card advantage? The fact that Lily's actually threatening an ultimate that I can't interact with there, still is. It's kind of bad. Kind of just no card advantage today, huh? Yup. Well, okay. So let's see. Still have to just jam the Haughty Djinn. Hope that I can force Lily to downtick. And then draw Discovery. If we top deck Discovery, there's a chance here. Well, it's a little bit harder. Ugh. Yeah, well, the weakness continues to be drawing no card advantage against the attrition deck. That is not surprising. It's mostly just sad. Yep. Okay. Would have been a good time to draw Mishra's command, kill the Lily and the Shieldred at the same time. I could have kept the bolt to damage the Lily, but I figured it was better to play out the Haughty Djinn to do the same amount of damage, but also deny them a turn worth of uptick. If they had a removal spell for the Haughty Djinn, that didn't work, but I kind of assumed that I was on plan, hope the opponent doesn't have removal, because everything else is bad anyway. Alright. Lily doesn't ultimate, which once again means we can draw Mishra's command to stabilize. Or not. Oh, man. Like, half of our deck is card advantage, and we couldn't find it in the top 20. Yikes. That's not even a necessarily tough spot to win from, is the sad part. Like, we definitely had cards in our deck that do it, but we were not capable of drawing cards that did anything that game. In a sense, that's the same weakness that the Alrund's Epiphany deck had, which is that if you just absolutely do not draw one half of the deck in any quantity, you don't necessarily have super effective tools to recover from it. Well, maybe that's a reason to consider more considers. I have no clue what I could possibly cut to fit more considers, but I mean, I guess I could cut Fables. I really don't want to play Consider. Nothing about that makes me happy. Okay. Feel like I just don't care about Phyrexian Dragon Engine at all. That said, we're starting to flood. We have a lot of cards that discard cards, so we can fix that problem pretty quickly. Okay. This is not much of anything. Still just sitting around taking 4 for the time being. Lier's not at their best when our graveyard is a stack of counter spells. Huh. Oh yeah. Absolutely not interested in allowing Invoke Despair to resolve. This is one of the less impressive Alchemist's Gambits of my life, but it is 0 mana, deal 2 damage, draw a card. So there's that. Think I hold on to the mountain in case I draw one of the 8 card draw spells? That has to get countered, or else the Haughty Djinn dies. Come on, Nick. We can draw some action here, right? Huh. I think I have to just hold back both Haughty Djinns and try to go for lethal next turn. I can't swing with one Haughty Djinn, because if I do, Tenacious Underdog plus removal spell for a blocker kills me. Yeah. Alright, so I have to sack my Djinn and top deck a removal spell. Wow. We are just not having it with the draws tonight, huh? Okay. Not a lot of recovery from that. I mean, that's not true. Not a lot of recovery from being dead, but prior to the being dead part, there was a lot of things we could draw out of that for a lot of turns. What's the right balance here? Maybe something like this. Although maybe I'm supposed to not play 2 fires and play an additional Flame Blessed Bolt. Alright. Hey, card draw spells. I like card draw spells. Now we're kind of working with something meaningful. I'm not particularly interested in allowing my opponent to take my Thirst for Discovery. Do I care about Misery's Shadow at all? Probably not. Probably not enough to actually, like, not cast Thirst for Discovery this turn. That's less than ideal. I can probably just get rid of this Haughty Djinn. Don't know what else to get rid of, though. Maybe make disappear? Probably not, but why not? No, now we draw the basic. What are we discarding to big score? Is it just the basic? It's probably just the basic. I do believe I want every other card. More Misery's Shadows. Okay. Alchemist's Gambit's useful eventually. Opponent has... I don't think these indicate splashes. I think they indicate them wanting to have dual lands in a deck with Invoke Despair, most likely. They are not willing to pump these Misery's Shadows at all, which is kind of interesting. Mishra. Okay, well, that I think we can go ahead and counter. Seems like the kind of thing you'd want to play pre-combat, but I don't know. Wasn't going to resolve either way, so I suppose it doesn't hurt. Yeah, here we go. More card advantage, more card advantage, more card advantage. Everybody loves card advantage. Everybody's favorite is card advantage. How do I want to play this? Which am I discarding to big score here? Is it actually Silver Scrutiny? It might be Silver Scrutiny. Well, I don't think we're sorcery speeding this. We're going to have a lot of treasures to work with. So now pumping happens, putting us down to 9? What does that mean? Huh. Why 9 specifically? Takes 5 mana to kill us next turn? What am I looking at for removal? Nothing. So 5 mana to kill us is not out of the question. Should I play Haughty Djinn and just take a normal extra turn? Probably like that idea. Just gets a removal spell out of their hand, is my thought. And I only lose 2 treasures to do it. Cycles a card, puts an additional land into play, makes it more likely that I can block with Lier. Should I thirst for discovery here? It costs 2 treasures, but it costs 3 on my next turn. Yeah, that's probably right to do. Goldspan Dragon would help quite a bit. I agree. Okay. So some interesting cards. I have no source of haste? No. Alright, well let's play Haughty Djinn and then Brotherhood's End. See if they save 1 Misery's Shadow and then play another Haughty Djinn. They do. Yeah, I think we go for it. Not gonna be easy for them to kill us. Although if they have land Invoke Despair, that would be kind of sad. I'm obligated to block so they don't kill me. They pump twice to trade with a Haughty Djinn. Okay. Sheoldred. That makes my Lier worse. Makes my Lier a lot worse. Considering I've only drawn counter spells and card draw spells and literally nothing else, huh? I see. So if I swing, chump with Lier, I win through no removal spells, including Invoke Despair. If I don't, I can play around Invoke Despair by not swinging, and I kind of want to play around Invoke Despair by not swinging. What does that do? Nothing? Okay. Okay, so I get to Silver Scrutiny for 1 to top deck 2 cards looking for an out. I could choose to counter this if I don't want to play the Silver Scrutiny. No matter what, I've only got 2 cards. So I think I would rather let that resolve. What? No, yeah, okay. Yeah, you definitely can't attack with a Shieldred. That would not work. Alright, let's draw 1 card. That's pretty close to good enough. Except they gained 2 life with the Shieldred. Oh, if I could just discard this Thirst for Discovery. Oh no. But I cannot while staying alive. Let's see. Do I have any way to win the game by doing damage at instant speed while Shieldred's triggers on the stack? No. Okay. Alright, here's the plan. Opponent doesn't block Lier. Plan failed. So now what? I can counter Thirst for Discovery, but doing so exiles another card from my graveyard. Yeah, I guess 2x End is the best we got, huh? Too bad there's no way to do that at instant speed. Oh well. Good enough. Oh, I should have done 1 more damage with a Haughty Djinn if that was going to be the case. Oh well. Cast your next. Copy it. Oh wait, hold on. Cancel. Full control. Deal 3 to each. Then Twinferno. Alright. So everything takes 3 damage. Then we can Thirst for Discovery twice. Discard 2 cards. I will discard these 2, I think. Discard 2 cards. I'll discard these 2, I think. We couldn't use the Thirst in the graveyard because the Lier and the Shieldred have to die at the same time, and I can't cast a card draw spell until after the Shieldred is off the board. Galvanic. Twinferno. Big score. The reason we couldn't clear with it on the stack is that I was locked into casting Brotherhood's End at sorcery speed. Otherwise, yeah, I would have definitely agreed with that. Hey, we drew the Flame Blast Bowl. Also the Sokenzan. Both were good. Both were what we needed. We find ourselves in an odd position. I'm pretty sure I just win if we find another Lier. Duress, huh? I mean, I've got to assume that I'm just supposed to negate that, because the negate is what they take. That's mean, but okay. Where's all my loot effects? Well, alright. I like Fires of Victory. I should probably hold on to the Fires of Victory. No. I should not. Because I could draw a Lier. Ooh. Okay. Big score is cool. We can probably safely get rid of the Make Disappear here. I think I'm supposed to hold on to the island in case we draw another Thirst. We literally cannot draw another Thirst. There are no more Thirsts in the deck. Well, I could draw a Lier, which is basically drawing Thirst, but if I draw a Lier, I've got better things to do with my time anyway. So, we'll just discard the island. Ooh. Silver Scrutiny is fun. If I did it now, I'd have to leave up 4 mana, which means I would just be doing it for 3 anyway, so I think not. Because I need to be able to block a hasty attacker with Sokenzan, is why we have to leave up 4 mana. Better to Sokenzan and copy Make Disappear the Fable. Could we do that? If that was an option, I totally missed it. A while back you were playing as Lesnia Rite of Harmony deck. Do you think you'll revisit the deck? I think that the deck is still good, and it might be worth revisiting from a competitive sense, but there also, I don't think, are any upcoming standard competitive events that I'm aware of. So I don't know if I will do that, but... 12 cards left. Do we have, like, anything left that can kill our opponent? We have a single Lier. Oh, a single Lier is plenty with Mishra's commands, though. Okay. I think I'm just going to draw 6 cards. Seems like a good idea. There's Lier. There's Mishra's command. Okay. Do we have enough mana to kill the opponent? I don't believe so. 3, 6, 9. So plus 8. Do 11 damage to the opponent at them. Oh, wait, no. Fires. Oh, so yeah. We do. Oh, there's one in the graveyard. Oh. Cool. Is it better to copy the Mishras or give double strike? I'm losing the ability to, like, do brain. Is it the same either way? 3, 6. Come on, where are you at? There you are. Target creature gains double strike. Whee! It's actually interesting to think that the Sokenzan meaningfully added a win condition there that would have allowed us to not be dead if there was one less Lier in our deck. You can use the Mishras as a removal spell if you copy it, right? Because it says you may choose new targets. So you're allowed to just choose the target that isn't there by declining to choose new targets. I forget what kind of copy effects require you to choose new targets. I remember them being some. Because like that mattered for Clover for some reason. With Brazen Borrower a lot. No, Clover says may. Why weren't you allowed to just decline to choose new targets? Huh. Are you allowed to just not decline to choose new targets and you would end up killing your own Lier if you copied it too many times? Oh, right. Choosing the same target which was illegal would fizzle the adventure. Right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yes. Now I'm recalling. Okay. I think I cut a Fires of Victory and bring in a Flame Blessed Bolt since actually bringing Brotherhood in. No, wait, don't. Yeah? They did actually show a... whatever. It's midnight. I'm losing it. I no longer have the capacity to think. Well, yeah. Alright, no card advantage, but this is a hand that is doing things proactively on the play. Or on the draw, rather. And by doing things proactively, I mean doing things reactively. Which, in a manner of speaking, is the same thing. We do need to draw card draw spells, though. That is an important goal. Phyrexian Dragon Engine. And that feels so weird. I think I actually... No, I can't counter that. Letting them unearth it is so powerful later on, and I can't even counter the unearth. Alternatively, I could counter it and just jam Haughty Djinn and just hope. I think maybe that's my line, given the lack of my hand doing anything else. Drawing another Haughty Djinn makes me, like, incredibly glad that I took that route. Yeah. Does a casualty spell under Twinferno give you 4 copies? No, because you do not get more cast triggers. I think we just keep jamming Haughty Djinn and attempting to force them to have removal. I am not interested in blocking this shadow. But yeah, Casualty is... I don't even think Casualty is a cast trigger. I think Casualty is an optional casting cost? Like Kicker? I believe? Yeah, Shieldred's annoying. Alright, well, Brotherhood's End is at least interesting. Unfortunately, my opponent has a Phyrexian Dragon Engine, which is kind of a problem. And unfortunately, my graveyard is not stacked with very much that's useful. Actually, Flame Blessed Bolt is kind of useful. Alright, well, I guess we're going to try to Brotherhood's End Flame Blessed Bolt the Shieldred. At least if they unearth Phyrexian whatchamacallit, they can't attack with the Misery's Shadow. I don't have enough red sources to Twinferno, Flame Blessed Bolt, and Brotherhood's End, but hopefully I won't have to. Alright, no blocks. Bloodtithe Harvester into my Brotherhood End makes me happy. Unfortunately, that means we will have to, because they're going to save their Misery's Shadow from the Brotherhood End, and I still can't actually copy Flame Blessed Bolt. Regrettably. So let's go ahead and do this first. I don't think I can swing with a Haughty Djinn here. Which is a shame. Misery's Shadow. Quite a bit more impressive than I was expecting. So that can become a 7/7, meaning if I double block, still doesn't accomplish anything? Awkward. I still can't really beat that Dreadnought. Well, I feel like this ends up being a very different game if I have one more red source. Though, even with that, I probably still couldn't have beaten the Dreadnought. But we're getting a pretty consistent message. Draw no card advantage means lose. Oh, hey, they didn't go for killing me. Okay. Well, that sounds like I've got a chance then. Not a very good chance, but a chance. Okay, no chance. Yeah. Although that said, I haven't been having too hard of a time hitting land drops. So maybe I should go back to a build with Impulse now? Yeah, I don't know. Played Mardu Angels? Yet? Nah, I haven't. It is a decent deck. My impression playing against it was that it, like, it didn't feel very good against any of the green-white stuff I was doing, but it's pretty respectable at just overloading Make Disappear decks, which generally struggle with multiple large flyers, or decks that play 2 things in a turn. But also, I don't really have any ideas on how to improve it. So, I don't know that it is something that strikes my fancy to stream. How would we... So we cut a Fires of Victory, cut an Alchemist's Gambit, cut the Fables. Played Consider that way. This doesn't actually make the sideboarding any easier because I'm just going to cut the Considers to put cards in post-board anyway. Yeah, like the end result is that this isn't actually different post-board against red-black, which were the ones that we lost anyway. Because we end up taking out the Considers for the cards we want to draw, and then we just try to draw one of the 10 card draw spells. But, like, I don't know that you can fix not drawing one of the 10 cards. I mean, I guess hypothetically I could put more cards in the sideboard that are Silver Scrutinies. Yeah, Mardo Angels is fine against Grixis and Esper. I think that it's a respectable choice. I don't think that it beats Esper as nearly as well as it beats Grixis. I don't know why people are playing a lot of Grixis. Like, nothing has changed, and it was always the case where Esper was just kind of better against the meta than Grixis, and wasn't even really unfavored in the mirror. So, like, that always made me just not want to play Grixis, and I don't know what changed to make people want to play Grixis. I guess, I don't know, cutting an Alchemist's Gambit to go down to 1 doesn't matter because, again, we were already cutting those post-board. I guess the Galvanic could get cut for a Silver Scrutiny. Maybe that's a slight improvement. Common Wisdom seems to be the Grixis' favorite versus Esper. It is. It's slightly favored because you have more impactful 3-drops. But Grixis is meaningfully worse against everything else, whereas Esper is much more well-rounded. Ray says it's just better against the field too. I don't know that I agree with that. I consistently playing every deck that isn't one of those two feel much more afraid of Esper than I do against Grixis. Grixis has a lot less capacity to just play Delver-style hyper-lean aggro, and also has less capacity to recover when it has a bad start. Which I tend to value the latter more when I'm playing a deck, and I tend to fear the former more when I'm playing against it. Let's try 1 with the Considers. In a 2-deck meta, you should obviously play the one favorite against the other. I don't think it's a 2-deck meta. I think it's a meta with, like, no data. At the very least, green-white enchantments is actively favored against both of those decks, and I would not say that it is a valid 2-deck meta if there's a deck that beats both of the 2 decks. The problem with enchantments was that your matchup against Jund was just deeply bad and was kind of unfixable. But if we finally got to the place where they're no longer playing 4 copies of Unleash the Inferno main deck, then perhaps it is time for enchantments to be the top dog. Alright, how scary is the 2-drop opponent? What are you? Okay. Well, I don't get to remove that opponent, so you just have a mana dork now. It's got menace too. That's cute. So red-black, huh? What kind of cards does red-black have that takes advantage of Power Stone? Mutts, apparently. Oh, you know what? It does pay for Make Disappear. And Syncopate. Okay, so actually this kind of hard counters my entire hand, doesn't it? Will we have enough time to successfully thirst for discovery before the opponent makes us dead? Well, no, because we have to spend some time countering that first. I mean, I'm pretty sure I should kill this Stone Seeker. Trouble is I don't wanna. I wanna draw cards instead. I could loot away one Thirst for Discovery without too much concern, I guess. Maybe I was supposed to loot away the Lier and keep the Thirst for Discoveries, actually? Oh no. Dragon Engine so strong. Do I just play Haughty Djinn and hope my opponent doesn't have a removal spell? Unfortunately, I'm too much of a coward for that. Yeah. So we take 6, and then we take 6 next turn. But maybe we lethal the opponent in 1 turn before then. That'll be somewhat hard to do. I think I have to counter that here so that they can't force me to block Dragon Engine with Djinn. I mean, I guess I could. I could give Haughty Djinn double strike. Well, opponent, are none of the cards in your hand removal spells? That would be cool. I think I just gotta hope we top deck lethal. I could have Twinferno'd to block. Okay, well, I guess Twin Shot Sniper is a playable Magic card? Maybe? I don't know. I have no clue what my opponent's playing. I think I'm going to play 4 Brotherhoods in, though. Guess I'm going to not play Syncopate? Or Make Disappear? Probably should gate Fires a victory. I guess I can cut a Consider. I don't know. Alright. This time around, can we get time to actually cast card draw? I do think I messed up quite a bit by keeping the Lier at an earlier point in the game. I think that turned out to have been a mistake. Oh Okay. Going to need a third land for this hand to be functional. And by third land, I mean fourth land. And by fourth land, I mean Thirst for Discovery. Phyrexian Dragon Engine. Okay. Okay. I don't need to remove my opponent's stuff. I just need to cast my stuff. Probably. That's probably how this works. Also, my opponent had a Xander's Lounge, which I'm only now noticing, so I probably should have sorcery speeded this big score, so that my opponent couldn't have counterspells post-board magically. I get the feeling I'm about to hate what's going to happen because I didn't notice that in time. Okay, thank goodness. Wow, I didn't actually conjure up something horrible happening to me. What a surprise. That's not usually how this goes. What is this a picture of? Oh, a lizard digging power stones out of the stand. Okay. I thought it was like a basket of lettuce and beef. For some reason. More Phyrexian Dragon Engines. Very well. I would like to copy a spell. I would like to cast Big Score. What are we going to discard? This is 8, 10. Make Disappear is kind of important. How close to lethal are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2. This is just super lethal if we find a Djinn, so I think I discard the other big score, even though that makes me sad. We did not succeed at doing that. In fact, we didn't draw anything useful at all. Wow. Huh. That's concerning. I think I'm going to go with 3 damage and some looting here. Don't want to kill a Phyrexian Dragon Engine because they could just unearth it, and that would be a problem. Here's a Lier. How much action does Lier provide? Better yet, how much action does Brotherhood's End on both dragons provide? It sounds like that's probably a good idea at the moment. If they want to unearth one of these dragons to deal 4 damage to me, I'm okay with that. Do we still have enough mana to top deck a Haughty Djinn and do lethal? Oh yeah, super do, because we have Alchemist's Gambit in the graveyard. Super duper do. Is this a May on discarding your hand? Yes. Alright, so they could just choose to do 4 damage to me here. I very much just want to top deck Haughty Djinn, so we can stop playing the game and start doing math? Feels like that's always the most entertaining thing you can do. Well, they're timing out. I hope they didn't lose connection, but it kind of looks like that might be what happened. I kind of have to play Lier. I got nothing else I can do. So I kind of just have to accept that if they kill Lier, I'm gonna Galvanic big score in response, and that's the best I got. Well, it was kind of lame. It was fixing to be an actual interesting game. I gotta say, it is interesting to me how frequently Lier seems to not be super good in this deck. Because of how much it relies on counterspells that don't work with Lier. And how you don't have enough mana to do very much that's meaningful with Lier. If you haven't drawn big score already that game. Everything in the deck is extremely good if you draw a bunch of big scores. It's just a very good deck when you draw the best card in it. But I don't know if that's necessarily reliable. Well, that was lame. Oh. Yeah. Well, we drew 0 copies of Consider, so we have to play one more game to actually test Consider. Alright, let's see how good Consider is. Are you just obligated to keep any hand that can cast Consider on turn 1? Probably not. Okay, well, we're already powering through lands with Consider, which isn't really what we put Consider in the deck to do, but gosh darn it, it's gonna do it. We're in a lot of trouble if they just jam a Fable, huh? Okay. I mean, 2 Blood Tithe Harvesters is still pretty bad, but at least it could be worse. Like they could have made their 3rd land drop. That would have been worse. Let's see. Island... I don't want to get rid of Thirst for Discovery. I guess maybe I want to get rid of Lier. I mean, I got big score to go with Lier. Ah, what the heck? Who needs Liers? Oh, I need Liers because I'm flooding. Again, we have enough discard outlets, so maybe that's fine. Bankbuster is a much less scary card when your opponent doesn't have as many lands. Opponent does make some land drops, which makes it a little scarier. Alright, let's make some treasure while the opponent's tapped out. Okay. I don't have much in the way of removal, but at least I have card draw. That's something. We also have a Negate to go with the Haughty Djinn, which would be meaningful if it wasn't for the fact that there's an onboard Blood Tithe Harvester with 2 blood. But otherwise, that would be useful. Oh. My Twinferno. Oh. My Lier. Not in love with the taking 7 damage part of this. Ew. Okay. The absence of removal is a concern. This is perhaps too much card draw. which is a disappointing thing to admit is real. Do I hold up Negate? I think I have to, disappointingly. Otherwise I die to Invoke. I'm still dead to anything that makes a creature that crews Reckoner, which we managed to avoid. Are we lethal? Probably not. Do we try going for lethal even though we probably don't have it? We have one Twinferno in the graveyard. Think I'm not going to try to give haste to anything, and I'm just going to attempt to kill the Corpse Appraiser. Am I okay with that resolving? Make Disappear is pretty painful here, but I think I'm supposed to give them the opening for it. I don't think they really get a benefit by countering both of these with Make Disappear. Okay, they do not have Make Disappear. That is good. Do I loot away any of this now that I have used the Negate? I think I completely decline. Alright, well, Invoke Despair kills me. That's a shame. Yeah, just barely not enough life and not enough time. Scrutiny. Brotherhood's End. Probably cut the Gambit, try to go heavier on card advantage. Probably trim the number of Flame Blessed Bolts. And this is where we get into the pickle of, like, the whole plan was attempting to see if Consider improved things, but I don't really have the room for the Consider's post-board because they just turn into Silver Scrutinies anyway. Flame Blessed Bolts are probably supposed to be Abrades. Call that maybe functional? We would have been in a much better position if that had Consider had been a Brotherhood's End in the main. Interestingly. Although I'm still not sure that it's particularly easy to play that. Well, maybe it is. Maybe we're allowed to just tap out on turn 3 against a Fable deck some of the time. All right, we have a Thirst for Discovery here to follow up and Make Disappear, so that's pretty great. I like that a lot. If my opponent passes and does nothing, I think I'm okay. Just not Thirst for Discoverying. If my opponent plays Phyrexian Fleshgorger, do I think that that's better or worse than Thirst for Discovery? I'm going to go with, I think I want to counter that. Oh yeah, then we can big score here, discarding what? Sokenzan? Yeah, it's a good draw. And I think discarding Sokenzan. I want to keep the Lier around. Especially if they end up duressing me. Imagine they take Silver Scrutiny here. Resolve Thirst. Delightful. Opponent has missed a land drop. Lier's looking somewhat solid. Still pretty bad at protecting Lier from removal. The absence of a divide by zero effect is really, I feel like doing a number on the playability for Lier. We don't tend to get games that just involve us making land drops until we have like 8 lands to really take advantage. I still don't really know what like a good substitution would be though. I guess maybe what I really want is make Disappear and Syncopate to be something that works better with Lier. So I'm supposed to Brotherhood end these two or Fires of Victory one of them so that I get to draw a card. Probably just supposed to Brotherhood end them. Play Lier? Probably not. Probably want to play Lier on a turn where we actually get some value out of it. Do I want my opponent tapped out enough to make Disappear that? Probably not. I'm probably supposed to Fires of Victory this Corpse Appraiser now, huh? So that way I can actually make Disappear if they try to counter my Fires of Victory. No, because they can counter my Fires of Victory just by playing Make Disappear and sacking the Corpse Appraiser to fizzle the Fires of Victory. So if anything, I actually would rather them use Make Disappear on their turn. I guess this is worse against Negate, but I should probably be fine against Negate. Or rather, I don't think there's anything better I could do against Negate anyway. Oh, no. Doing its sorcery speed is better against Negate. That's right. I know how cards work. Yeah, well, they did have the Negate. It's a shame. Alright, well, let's go ahead and tap their mana down now because I'm going to have to do this with Lier anyway. I'm always a little confused when players use counterspells on Make Disappear that cost 2 mana. It happens pretty often. I fall into the same trap pretty often, too. I think I'm just going to play Lier and then draw 4. It's not a hand that does a huge amount if they end up killing Lier. I take the command, and then my hand does nothing once they kill Lier. And then they kill Lier. Okay. Okay, well, can just draw a command. This also works. Loot 3, deal 3 damage. I think I am comfortable looting away the Twinferno so that I get to dig 2 cards deeper towards my next piece of card advantage. Perfect. Great success. I was really hoping that it wasn't going to be Shieldred. That's a bunch of cards that don't do anything against Shieldred. That's a card that does something against Shieldred. Okay. Good times. Was copying twice better than just discarding 4? It played differently around counterspells, didn't it? I'm probably not supposed to do anything here. Just pass on Syncopate for 3. Sure, that resolves. Alright, I like a Haughty Djinn. I like a sorcery speed, thirst for discovery. Okay. Like more thirst for discoveries. Okay. Like more thirst for discoveries. I'm a thirsty boy. Alright. Well, that's what we put him in the deck for. Alright. We are very, very, very close to winning if we untap. Does this make any difference if I block against Shieldred? Do we have 1 Consider in the deck? Blocking is better against Shieldred if I draw the 1 Consider. Oh, or we could just draw the Make Disappear so that everything was fine no matter what. That works. Okay, so discard Haughty Djinn. We're going for lethal with this Haughty Djinn anyway. Should be able to win through anything other than a white channel land. Oh, alright. Well, forget the previous plan. New plan is much more entertaining. Now I only need one make disappear because I can give this Haughty Djinn haste. Oh, how many Haughty Djinns can I give haste? I can give a lot of Haughty Djinns haste. But I don't think I can play a lot of Haughty Djinns. No, come back. Opponent. Wow, I had 10 cards left in my deck. I needed to see how much higher I could get that damage. Oh. Oh dear. How are we going to handle this? What if we just don't play Syncopate and play like Invoke and another Negate instead? Is that a bad idea? Probably. This deck is very silly and a lot of fun. I think that there is still a lot of tuning to be done for it, but the base concept is deeply amusing and the potential seems pretty interesting. I don't want to mulligan. Couldn't we just draw lands? Probably a lot of lands needed to be drawn. Okay. Get rid of Haughty Djinn. Try it. Okay. Opponent's starting the clock off. Aggressive-like. Sure. It's more clock than I'm willing to handle. We're going to drop the board wipe right after I do that, aren't we? Nope. Okay, cool. Not punished. Okay, so the opponent's missing the fourth land. Otherwise, I don't think they would discard Bankbuster. Okay. Not my big favorite. 3 damage a turn adds up real fast. Alright, Make Disappear is interesting at least. Really need that board wipe though. Hearse. Okay, that's fine. Okay. My life total is going to be low enough that this hearse threatens lethal for the rest of the game. And that's where we start getting really problematic. Duress, huh? Yeah, okay. Take Silver Scrutiny over Thirst for Discovery, which is a tiny bit surprising. Down to 2, do not like that. Copy our next spell, cast Thirst. That's more card draw, but not more answers to the board. That is more answers to the board. Okay. Well, it gives us some hope. Did they know about both Make Disappears? Or did it not hide the Make Disappear? They probably knew about both Make Disappears. Yeah, I have to have this resolve. This leaves me dead to a lot of things crewing the hearse. But maybe we stabilize if they just don't have anything for a couple of turns. It's an option. Alright, well, that definitely wasn't something I was beating. The turn 2 Blood Death Harvester without a direct answer. Pretty consistently rough.